o'clock also.
Yeah, good morning, 8 o'clock. Not sure who did that, but it means that I approved it, so I blame myself. I'm gaveling us in, though, at 8:10, and we're welcoming two of our lady justices this morning to present budget, and we'll start with Judge Joe Woolsey.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Judge Canales and
Good
members
morning.
of the Commissioners Court. I am Judge Joe Woolsey, Justice of the Peace, Precinct 2, Place 1. First, I'd like to thank the Commissioners and everyone involved in terminating the lease on our old office building and courtroom located on River Road, and in putting us in a fresh new facility. My staff and I have all benefited from a health standpoint, and we have received many favorable comments from the public. Thank you for that. And by the way, just yesterday, my clerks told me that 2 people commented on our new facilities, and we've been there since October, that people recognize it and they love coming in and it doesn't smell nasty.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I'm here today at this budget workshop presenting a number of exhibits which I believe clearly illustrates the need of my court for the addition of a, quote, temporary clerk for the budget year 2019-2020. The temporary clerk would only work 20 hours per week and receive no county benefits except for an hourly wage. Excuse me. I recognize that each court is set up with a number of clerks that needs to handle the business of that court with a maximum return to the county. My court simply needs a, quote, temporary clerk, 1 half day, to help expedite the paperwork and civil filings in order to fully reap the maximum benefits to the county from the court.
Excuse me, Judge, I'm going to get you a little
I'm not loud enough? I thought.
It's for your, for your TV fans.
Oh, thank you. For example, my court was never put on Linebarger for collection of old, unpaid fines due to the current court staff being inadequately trained and totally without experience in the Odyssey system for putting files on Linebarger. Since I've been in office, Linebarger sent someone to our office to help us get on their system, but we were never able to get fully integrated due to some, quote, inputting problems. We now have a new civil clerk, a clerk who had previously retired from the county, thank you, Lord, who is very familiar with the process, and in only her first 3 weeks with us, she has been able to send approximately 200 cases to Linebarger and has made great strides toward catching us up on putting in new filings and working on other matters related to civil court filings. Our recent backlog of work was exacerbated by the fact that we were literally missing a clerk for approximately 2 months before being able to fill the vacant position. The clerk who had left our office, she missed over 11 days the month before she gave notice, and then we had the mandatory county 30-day freeze that set in, and that was followed by the 7-day posting period and then the hiring process. So we were without someone for approximately 2 full working months. We are now operating with much greater effectiveness than previously. However, I'd like to address the exhibits I believe each of you have been provided, which illustrates the workload of my office. The first one, I need to apologize. I didn't give credit where I should have. The one that's titled Exhibit Number 1, 2018. These are figures that came from pages 56 and 57 of the Nueces County Budget 2018-2019. I just enlarged them and printed them there for the purpose of our meeting here today, so it was more easily to glance down and look and see where the revenue's coming from. And I know that we're not all about revenue, we're about justice as well. But revenue gives us some idea of the workload. And if you look down at 2.1, you'll see that for 2018, the county reports our revenue at $356,832. I think the next person closest to that would be, we would have $274,892. And that court, most of their revenue if you'll notice, comes from traffic, not civil filings. My court's revenue is civil. We, if there's no questions about that, I can move on to Exhibit 2. These are revenue figures, and these are figures that I compiled from my office records. I rounded them off so that it's just, for me, it's easier to look at and visualize them. I rounded up and I rounded down. But starting at 2016, when I added the monthly revenue figures as reported for the January through May, I didn't have time to do June.
Yeah, it's sideways.
No, that's the next one already. We're on the next page. Yeah.
Hey, Exhibit 2, yes, sir.
I attached it. It was.
Oh, here it is in the back.
Sorry,
Do you need it, Carolyn? I've got.
Yeah, he didn't print mine out. I was texting, but I haven't got it.
I've got it. And I've got extra.
So you could follow, so it's nice to. I had the opportunity to visit with the judge already, so I have an extra copy in my.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, you need one?
So,
You won.
we need
I've
another
read it,
one?
but I'm good.
No worries.
That's okay.
Thank you.
So, as to Exhibit 2, these are figures and calculations that I put together for the purpose of illustrating what a steady increase of the work in JP 2-1 office is. And you can tell what I've done. I believe that I took the first 5 months, the revenue, rounded off, and totaled them, totaled the revenue for those months, divided by 5, and came up with an average. So from 2016, we were looking at an average revenue for the first 5 months of the calendar year of $38,000. 2017, we're at $40,900, right at $41,000. 2018, it jumps up to $50,000, and in 2019, we're at $73,500. I further want to note, with regard to 2019, that for the month of May, you'll see that the figure kind of dropped. We were without a civil clerk, so our filings dropped. And the civil work, of course, is very labor-intensive as compared to our fees and forfeitures, our traffic. If there's no questions about...
I just, a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
I know that we've had the opportunity to meet, but we didn't really discuss at too much length, but I'm starting to really get nervous about it, and that's the legislature's upping up from 10,000 to 20,000. And I'm wondering if, through just your network of JPs, do you think your office is going to see a lot more civil filings because of that 10 to 20,000?
Oh, tremendous increase.
yeah.
Because frankly, we get the business now. Many times they'll lower the amount that they're asking for in small claims and debt claims. Well, debt claims, they don't lower that, but
Right.
we get them because we're cheap,
Got it.
and they can come in, and even when we've got, we have lawyers in there all the time, but everything is so much cheaper than going into the county court of law.
Right.
And so, yes, since most of my court's work is civil, I expect a large increase,
Right.
very large.
I just wanted everyone to know that that's part of the legislative, changes that we have. We're going to have one big change here in this courthouse at County Court at Law with the 12-man jury. That's going to cost us more money. But I do think that your JPs are going to see, whoever's getting a lot of civil now, I think that, at least that's my worry for you, is that, but I do want you to
My
keep
worry.
us really informed next year. I want to start seeing those increases and just monitoring them.
And I need to apologize a little bit. Instead of working on numbers of case filings and what have you, I started to do that, but compiling that, I just found it easier if I worked with revenue, and there's a direct relationship between the revenue and the number of cases.
And when we talk about intensive work, can you remind the court, there's no e-filing in Justice of the Peace
No,
Courts?
there is not.
Mhm. Do you believe that we were talking to some other JPs, we feel like that's also on the horizon, maybe?
Probably, but it'll take us some time to get set up, as all new systems do. In some some respects, you're quicker doing what you're familiar with, but we will get to that. I'm seeing some changes in a number of different things. For example, Victoria County now is doing web judicial sales. No sheriff sales on the courthouse anymore. All of theirs is on the web. And
Yeah.
so you see different things cropping up.
Hope we can get to, I want that to be that's so that those buyers can be from all over the country.
Yeah.
And you're not just limited to your local. It's really interesting. I know that too. But can I go back to the Lineberger? Because I agree with you. You're about justice, but boy, does it help to get some of those fees collected. So we are now on Lineberger.
Well, we're in the process. We've had to go in and do a lot of cleanup. That's what happened previously is Linebarger, when I first took office, and I said, hey, we've got to do this. And I don't mind saying Mike Pusley came and, boy, he hit me over the head with that, this court needs to be on Linebarger. So they sent someone in to help us, and he put in numbers and added figures to them. He added their 30%, and the way he put it in was wrong. And so we had to go back in and redo everything he did, take it all out. And now that Judy, former chief clerk over at 1-3, she's working for us now. She's come in. She's very organized, quiet, easy, and making sure that checking the Omni, that it's on Omni, and has cleaned it all up and has gone through the first, like I said, we've sent over 200 cases, and she's doing that. And Linebarger is sending someone else in, and they're working with Judy on getting us on.
I did speak, after you alerted me to that, I did speak with them too, and they promised that they were going to make certain that you get all the support you need, because I think that with the volume that you're working with, and once that 60-day hits, I mean, it needs to be sent, day 61.
And I think I feel so good with having Judy there and the system.
Good.
She said she's so organized, and but by the same token, she's had to go in and work new filings, debt claim filings, returns, citation returns. She cleaned up our UTLs the other day, unable to locate citations, to check those out, get those going. I know Jack over here, he's very familiar with all of this that we're talking about. Our returns kind of got stacked up, as did a number of things. You can't be without a necessary employee for 2 months and not get behind, and we were already pushing the limit. And I don't mind saying, and it's not bragging or anything, but in order to help out, I didn't come up through the clerk's office, but I can stamp mail, I can pull files, and so if I'm not in the courtroom, if I'm not in handling default judgments at my desk, non-suits, I go do what I can do. That's it. Here, excuse me. So, thank you for asking. Any other questions?
Can you tell me how many full-time clerks you have right now?
Four.
Four.
If you look at that first exhibit, the way I've got it set up, the JP Court's numbered, the number of clerks, to the best of my knowledge.
Any part-time right now?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
But I do have permission. We've moved money around. We just haven't hired anyone yet. We got Judy in, got her started, and we're just, like I said, we're just playing catch-up and working as hard and fast as we can. Plus, I've had people out over the 4th of July with vacations, but we have 4 applicants for a part-time position, and they came about when we advertised for full-time. We called, and there are 4 who are willing to work part-time. And we've already switched, with permission from the judge and everything, switched money over, so for the rest of this calendar year, we've got the money for part-time.
And just because I like to go through line item and all the changes on the travel expenses, do you anticipate you need the extra because of the new person to get trained? Is that what you're thinking on that 700? That would be the new person. Same with office supplies, that would be for the new person?
Yes, and just the fact that the volume, our
Yeah.
paper, our pencils, our pens, our labels, everything that goes into a paper office.
That's just on supplies.
Yeah, the 1,000 on supplies, and then, of course, the 2% on the building lease, that's nothing you can do about, so
Yeah.
that just needs to be there. And,
And I do recognize that it's costing the county nearly twice what it was previously, but in the long run, when you have people that are not out sick constantly, it more than pays for it. Plus, I have the customers that come in, the ones that are filing evictions or lawyers that are coming in. When you had people from the local banks come in and were tearing up because of the environment.
Well, you just have the luxury of doing good work and having a lot of high volume, so from last year to this year, you already, your collections alone justify your request.
Yeah, I know that the auditors called us the month we hit 81,000, it's like, oh my gosh. But
Yeah.
when we're working at full staff, we can do that.
Well, I'm just
Judy's made the
curious.
comment how much busier our front office, our counter is.
I'm just curious, and I know, I would like to see the amount of cases that y'all do. I know you've got the numbers, but I would think there would be different charges for different things.
Some, but they're, debt claim cases, filings, that's $46, eviction filings. But most of my work in my court is civil.
Okay.
And, that's set by the county. I don't set those rates, and, I don't see that they're gonna go away any. They haven't in the last 4 or 5 years. There's just been a steady increase.
Okay.
In the
Well,
filing
I
fees.
noticed we've got some that are really low in revenue, and I'm just trying to figure out how we're,
Well, if I may, let's look at well, just look at the first page. That's a good example. If you look at 2-1, my court.
Yeah.
And compare it to 5-1, because you're going to have Bobby in here, you'll see fees. He doesn't do that much civil. Most of his is traffic. He's got 77 there.
Right, he's catching everybody on Highway 70.
Yeah. And doing traffic, I love Parks and Wildlife filing tickets with me and DPS filing tickets, because that's, I hate to say it, but that's the easy.
If you'll allow me, Joe, I have something in mind that gives you cases.
thank
numbers
you.
On page 4, that tells you exactly overall,
Or if-
case filings for each court.
And you also have a page in there that tells clerks for each court, so
Right,
you can
correct.
refer to that too, because
So
I
if you'll
jumped
look at
ahead.
That will tell you exactly
Thank you.
what Joe's trying to pinpoint to you.
It's your population too. You have a lot of businesses in your area. I mean, I just think your demographics are very different. You know, you have a high I haven't researched it, but I would think that you and Thelma probably have a very growing, you're the South Side,
Yes, growing.
you know?
But also, I'm getting the debt claim cases, basically. And
Yeah.
Thelma's got truancy, I've got debt claim cases.
Tell us a little bit about that so that we can
Okay,
understand.
the debt claim cases, anything under $10,000, they're credit card cases.
Okay.
We're
Okay.
nothing but a debt collector. It's, I don't like the work.
And their volume, Joe?
Oh.
A lot, Judge, their
I
volume?
get, many days I'll get in 40, 50
Wow.
debt claim cases, got to set them up. Right now, Robin has been out for a couple of days, and I intended to go in yesterday because I saw the big FedEx envelopes, and I know what those are. And so we have to set the case up, and then our calendaring and what have you, and then after a period of time, if there's no answer, we keep up with whether the defendant has filed an answer or hasn't filed an answer. If they haven't, then the credit card company, actually they sell it several times, will ask for a default judgment, and that takes the judge's time. I touch every piece of paper in that file.
And Judge,
Yes,
are
sir.
we allowed to, and I'd ask the same on the truancy, I mean, are we allowed to like shift cases around to other JPs?
Yes, sir.
I mean, if,
I think you're going to hear is busy with their own docket, and right now we're set up. I think Benavides is getting most of the debt claim cases downtown.
I mean, some of the
credit
JPs
card
aren't
companies-
as busy as other JPs, based on what I've looked at. I mean, right?
Yeah, but I don't know that it would work. For example, shall we just take
And I don't know, I mean, obviously, you won't send a closed case
5-2?
to
I don't
Aqua
think
Dulce or
people are going to want to drive out to Bishop. Yesterday, I had a gentleman in my court, a lawyer, representing Bank of America. Bank of America requires a lawyer in the court. He came down from Dallas. It's the second time he's been down this month, and brought his 2 kids and went to North Beach. So we got some of his tourist money.
That's good.
Build some nice hours.
But once you're set up, generally speaking, you get into a system and you're efficient at that, if what you're doing there. And everyone does some of them. Everyone does some of them.
I guess that's just have always been one of my questions on, there's definitely a disparity between workloads. And I get, like I said, someone who files in Corpus isn't going to want to go to Bishop or Agua Dulce or, something like that. But at the same time, it's a real strain on us, to have to keep, looking at these things. But I don't know how you would do it. I mean, it might be a little more reasonable with truancy cases than it would be debt collection cases, but I don't know if that's reasonable either. So just asking. So
For example,
you could shift the cases around if we so chose, but it would just be the inconvenience of the parties that we would be talking about probably.
exactly. And when the lawyers come in for their hearings, we do what we can to accommodate them, and for one client, set 4 or 5 at a time, so that they're not coming in for a case and leaving. We're not,
You try to be as efficient as possible.
and it works. It works. Like I said, it's easy for me to set 10 cases a day plus my other docket on the debt claim cases, and that's what we're doing. And that's not a problem. But, so anyway, you can, going back to that first exhibit, you'll see where the money, and I hate to keep going, and I'm glad Judge Rodriguez brought in numbers apparently. I haven't seen those. But when I started doing that, it was hard for me to break it down so that it was visibly as easily to distinguish what we were looking at here. And so that, where you see the fees, and on that first exhibit, that's civil. Traffic, obviously, that's our criminal side in every court. Okay, and exhibit number 3, it's kind of more the same, and it shows the years, each court, the fiscal years, and the total. And obviously, I'm asking for the money for a part-time clerk, and I'm trying to justify it by revenue so that it's more than paid for with the additional revenue. And if you look at on that overall collections, Exhibit 3, you'll see where 2-1 for the total for 5 years, and then the average. The average for those 5 years revenue was $445,000, $329, and that gives you some idea of the revenue. Now, we're not bringing in money like some of these JPs that I know of. Chris Lee, for example, down in Rivera.
Yeah.
I mean, he is just raking it in. But when you look at his civil filings, maybe he'll have 3 or 4 year, evictions or that sort of thing. But he's pulling it in from 2 major highways and a way station. But, and like I said, I go back to the fact that we're not on line barger, and I've noted that when you look at the figures for my court for 2019, first 6 months. And it really tells what's happening there. Then, if there's no questions about that, on Exhibit 4, it takes a little more analysis. To me, it's a little harder, but it's every JP court, and we're talking about where the work is coming from. You'll note that Precinct 2-1, highest in revenue every year except 2014, when it was 1-2 beat it by $7,000, but it's always the highest. And then another thing that you'll see is when you look at the column, or the line, actually, not a column, but the line on each of the courts, and look at fines and forfeitures, I'd like for the court here to consider the fact that we're not on Line Barger, and that is reflected there, I believe. That figure would increase for 2-1, approximately 30% on the collection, well, not approximately, but it would increase 30% on the collection of old cases and those cases over 60 days old. And plus, we would have many more folks paying on the old cases, just paying outright, that aren't paying now, not just the 30% increase, but paying on the old ones. Apparently, Line Barger does a good job of scaring people. And not that it makes much difference, but we can also see how Commissioner Chesney was talking about shifting work around. If you look at what's happened in Precinct 1, you'll see the shifts in 2017, 18, and 19 from 1-3 because there were a number of filings that weren't being made there because they knew that they were short a judge out there, and so the filings were moved to other courts. And it's real easy to track those if you kind of look at 1-3 and 1-1 and see the one going down and one going up. That gives you an idea of what's happening there. Okay, so even considering all the talk and documentation concerning revenue, I do want to make it clear that our main goal is to dispense justice, but that justice requires adequate personnel, and that is why I'm here today. I'm looking for an additional, I can't, my chief clerk keeps telling me I can't say part-time, permanent part-time, just no judge. It's temporary clerk. So that's, but it's for half-day work. I think that with that additional help, doing the more mundane things and relieve my clerks of pulling files and filing and just all of that paper shuffling that we have to do in an office with a tremendous amount of civil filings. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much. Very thorough. Are there any questions, Commissioners, of Judge Woolsey?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, hearing none. Thank you so much. We sure do appreciate you. I'm going to put my notebook back together, and then Judge Thelma Rodriguez is here. You'll find her information right behind Judge Woolsey's.
Okay, good morning, Commissioners and County,
Morning.
and Judge Canales. Thank you for having me here this morning. Again, I too am here, and I guess everybody is here to ask for more money. Not only do our children ask us for more money, but we're here asking for more money also. But with that said, the same is for me. The difference is that what I'm going to show you is, of course, my court does so much more truancy. That is the meat of my courtroom. Page 1 of my packet is, of course, just the numbers of how they have increased in truancy and parent contributing to non-attendance. And that is, rather than do it on fiscal year of the county, I did it just annually instead, so it's just easier to look at the numbers that way. So since I came into office in 2015, those numbers have greatly increased. And this the numbers that we've given you for this year is just from January to May, and in comparison to last year, I've almost pretty much reached that, and we haven't even finished this year, the school year. Well, we're going into next school year, starting in August. So I see that possibly even doubling worse, what I had last year. So that's just my court. And the page 2 is where it shows the truancy for every court in Nueces County, the 9 JP courts, and you can see the numbers there. And of course, that's going to be, and the reason for that, I know Commissioner Chesney asked about the it being dispersed evenly or, helping out each court, and it doesn't happen that way just for CCISD. From 2017, if I'm not mistaken, they chose to file in just the two courts, which was just Benavides and myself.
Right, but I mean, but just because they choose,
They choose to, yeah.
no, I mean, just because they choose, does that mean they have to stay in those courts?
No, they do not. If you look in item 6, that gives you a list of my schools only, page 6. It's second to the end. Those are the schools that file in my court alone. I do have the highest in enrollment, which is Ray, King, Carroll, and Veterans, along with their feeder schools, and I have all of West Oso and Flower Bluff, and then some charter schools also. It's not only because of consistency. There wasn't really consistency between the JPs for the truancy cases, and I think that that's what CCISD was more interested in looking for as far as court orders and things like that. They kind of wanted that consistency.
And now your court has very special designations, and you have some special certifications, and you might just want to go into that, in other words, you're almost a truancy court of excellence, if there is such a thing,
Well, my court actually is the number one in the state of Texas.
right?
And with that said, I was recently, because the Justice Court Training Centers from out of Austin that does all the training for our judges, clerks, constables, and deputies, had heard that my court was pretty busy. So they came and monitored the court and sat while I was in court, and pretty impressed. They said they were impressed because of the time that I took with the students, and I think that's probably one of the main reasons why they choose to come back to me, because I take my time with each student and to find out what the problem is, because every child is different and they have things that are going on in their personal lives. So without going into too much detail with that, I got a call back within 2 weeks, and they asked me, the state of Texas has asked me to be an instructor for the state of Texas, training all of our clerks, truancy, all of our clerks statewide, teaching them the truancy laws. So I will be teaching for the state of Texas, training all of our clerks, I'm sorry, not truancy clerks. So, and that's what Judge Canales was talking about. Page 3 gives you an idea of just my court with the civil, criminal, and truancy. That is a breakdown of my court, my numbers since I came into office in 2015. And that is, again, my criminal numbers are different from other courts, which is the parent contributing to non-attendance. Truancy is not criminal anymore. We all know that the law changed in 2015. So that's just a breakdown of my court. And in comparison, in page 4, that there gives you the numbers overall, both criminal and civil and truancy, as far as every court is broken down. And I kind of color-coded them for you also, that would be easier to look at. And the numbers that we're looking at, you can see, again, in 2019, I've pretty much reached a high number, almost higher than, more than half of what I did all of 2018. 1-1 does have 1-1 and 1 and 2-1 and 5-1. They're the first courts of each precinct, and that is where the attorneys file the civil cases, which are the debt claim cases, the credit card cases that Joe was talking about. I don't have that much traffic or civil, but I will tell you that just in the last 2 months, I don't know if they're starting to shift or if they're thinking about shifting, but just in the last 2 months, we did receive over 110 cases of debt claim cases, which was unbelievable, because I only had like maybe 20 or 30 for the whole year. And just in the last 2 months, I got 110. So I don't know if they're thinking about shifting now and filing in my court rather than in Joe's. We honestly don't know what these law firms think, but I do know that when they file, they choose to file only in one court rather than have to split themselves and have to go to different courts and possibly be set at the same time. And that's it's just more of a convenience for those law firms. And then again, like Judge Woolsey indicated, we will be having more also because of the limit that changed to 20,000, from 10,000 to 20,000. So we will be dealing with a lot more attorneys now and those debt claim cases. The last page 5 gives you the breakdown of what we have as far as employees. We all have one administrative secretary, and then we each have either 3 full-time clerks or 2 full-time clerks for the most part with all of our JP courts. And then it gives you a number also on the temp. There's a plug on here. I'm sorry. And then, so total of full-time and all that. Now, back in the days of Judge Neal, we were told when we all wanted to get more clerks and stuff like that. I'm sorry, Judge Jessup.
You have 4 and 1, oh, you have 3 full-time?
I have 3 full-time,
And 1 temp.
and 1 temp. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Myself, Judge Santana, and Judge Bobby Gonzalez, we have the 3 full and 1 temp. Benavides, Woolsey, and Santana have 4 full. And Lucy, Judge Rubio, Judge Bobby Gonzalez, and myself have the 3 full and 1 temp. And then, of course, the other smaller courts they're different. Now, my not argument, but what I want to stress in, without sounding ugly or disrespectful to other courts, I also, on page 7, in that packet that I give you there, it explains to you what it takes as far as time-wise of what it takes to enter a traffic case, a hot check case. This one, very last packet. It's stapled. It gives you a breakdown of what it takes as far as time-wise to enter a civil case, a small claims case, an eviction, a traffic, hot check, and parent contributing and truancy. That is the time frame of when the case gets filed to processing, to hearing the case, to disposition of the case. And that is, it is very, very, very time-consuming for my clerk to enter just one case with the truancy versus an eviction case. So that's where my battle is, that it's really, Commissioner Vaughn came to visit my court, and it is ridiculous how much cases, my truancy clerk has to have, we gave her 2 desks, because there's just so much cases that she has. She had piles on the floor, so we were able to get a second desk for her, so she's special. She has 2 desks. Not even my administrative secretary has 2 desks, but she does. So that's my, what I am asking is not an additional employee. I'm asking for my temp to be made into a full-time employee. That's what I'm asking for, just to have 4 full-time employees, not an additional. So, and I know that there's so much more that goes into, it's not just a matter of monies, that it does go into your retirement and insurance, and I know you do have to look at all that. So it's more in detail as to what goes into making a temp employee into a full-time employee. And then the other thing is also in the summer, we're very busy. Like right now, some people may think that we don't have any cases that we're hearing because school's not in session, but that is not so. Just last summer, what we did was my court heard over 1,200 contempt cases. So that's what we heard in the summer, in the matter of 2 months. We had over 1,200 cases that we had to reset because truancy cases were not in compliance, so we had to reset them for contempt hearings. So that's what we did last summer. And actually, Judge Canales and I discussed also the MOU for the judge's data viewer that I am in great need, desperate need, because I can't set those cases unless I have the judge's data
I'm
viewer.
very interested in having everyone hear that. I think that's really important. Why don't you share with unless everybody knows what that means. I'd certainly needed the background.
The judge's data viewer is what the school districts give us, and it's just CCISD that we're looking at. They have to give us permission to have access to their files, to their records, and it's read-only. I'm sorry?
And you can get all kinds of information.
Yes.
Their transcript, their.
Right, everything, their attendance, their grades.
Tell me,
Only one person in your courtroom can do that. Has to be-
Correct.
You have to be a clearance. This happened about 6 years ago.
Yes, and we renew the contracts with CCISD, and we have not gotten that done. And I know that there was a lot of things that were happening, especially with the hurricane. It kind of took precedence over everything. And, I'm sorry?
Wasn't renewed?
No, sir.
you know what? I think we give too many excuses. It should have been done, and it's unacceptable that it hasn't, and I'm so happy that you brought it to my attention, because I want to make certain that whatever we can do to make sure that that gets done for you, very important. And I know we're all busy, we all have a million things going on, but there's too much of that everywhere, that we just, you know, we don't do
And
what
they
we
made the
need to.
proposal, they sent it to us, to you all, CCISD sent it to the county, and there were some changes that were made in that, and I think that's what everybody was looking at. That's where the problem was, if that's what we want to call it.
Okay.
Where they don't, CCISD doesn't want to give as much access to it, like Commissioner Gonzalez indicated that back in the day when he was in office, they only gave access to one employee in each judge, JP court, and now they give it to two. They give it to the administrative secretary and then to your truancy clerk. And I really cannot function without that. It's hard to function without that. I need to have access to the judge needs to know what their grades are and what their attendance are. And we're not able to do that at this time.
The whole thing having to go to 3 channels, you go just straight to one.
Correct. We just have access to it, and what my truancy clerk does is she prints that information for me, and I'm able to hear our contempt hearings cases, and even just the school cases itself.
How long does that stop?
We lost it probably at the beginning of the year, because the contract wasn't renewed.
Anybody know about it?
I'm sorry?
Anybody know about it? I mean,
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we put in for it. Brenda sent the MOU to what the proposal was. And I think what the changes were was that in the past, there was access to other agencies or departments within our county that didn't need it. And she had removed that. And then we kind of changed that and added it back. The county did. And the CCISD doesn't want to have all those additional.
But in order to help you, Judge, do I need to work on our end? Is it
Yes.
backlogged here?
Yes.
In the county?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're going to try to,
But Judge, I'll revisit that. I think it got hung up in IT, and so let me follow up on that.
yeah, and tell them to get it unhung.
Yeah, unhung, but also make sure CCISD. is-
Right.
And they are back already. They just started yesterday because they all go on a break. So Mr. Salazar and Brenda are back as of yesterday.
Who would have made that decision? Who would have made it normally, Tyner?
There's a little bit of everybody.
I mean, what's it go through? I mean, it's just odd to me that it got hung up in IT, and that's a concern.
Well, it spent some time in the county attorney's office, and we sent it to IT, and I don't think we heard back from IT on the changes that they wanted to make. So I just need to follow
How
up.
long ago was that, Thelma? Do you remember?
Oh, gosh, probably over a month ago, right?
Yeah,
Not longer.
Just curious.
yeah.
There ought to be green dots for things
Yes.
outside my office. That's an inside joke, guys. When I get a green dot, it means get on this
I
immediately.
think it would be a red dot, right?
Right, so, well, I guess green means go quick, you know?
And Tyner and I have been working on
And
this.
look, and I don't doubt it, and I understand things get slipped up, but what I'm saying is that we can't talk about efficiencies if we're not willing to actually recognize that we are our own worst enemy. And so it's just, let's institute better protocols so that it doesn't happen again. And the way to do that is to seriously, and I'm not joking, whether it's a dot or whatever our system is, you can flag it. There has to be a priority that within a reasonable expectation of time, that it comes back to the judges. And I told Judge, I hope I emphasized it when I visited with you, Judge. I told Judge Rodriguez yesterday, don't ever think, oh, I don't want to bother her, or, she's real busy. No, I want to be bothered. I want to know how I can make your courtroom better for all the citizens. And I think you've waited patiently, and we appreciate that, but it's time. It's time to get that done. And if there's a problem, and there might be, let's help solve it with CCSD.
I was gonna say, same thing, Tiny, if you got a problem, let me know, CCISD.
Right, could be, right? And we'll work on that, so.
And in reference to Linebarger, that, all the courts are on that because I was a presiding judge now I just changed as of January. Everyone is on Linebarger, and the only one that is not is, of course, Judge Neblet's court, but I don't know that we ever will be with Judge Neblet
Neblet, yeah.
because of the hurricane, everything that happened, all the records, all the files that they lost.
It's not the only reason.
Yeah, well, yes, we know that, Judge, Commissioner, I always call you Judge. Yeah, there was a little bit of a difference of a problem there, so, but yeah, and I think, and then Judge Canales and I met, and then the other thing that we want to look at also is probably getting scofflaw in place as far as
Oh,
revenues, yes,
Why don't you, that's a wonderful tool
yes,
to be able
to
to,
more revenue,
more revenue.
yeah.
And I've spoke with Linebarger, and so basically when we renew our driver's license or we renew our motor vehicle registration, it'll basically
Tax.
yeah, I mean, you'll know that you owe a fine and you won't be able to go to the, step 2. And that's going to really increase our revenue.
With Omni, it's every 4 to 6 years when you get your driver's license. And it's a long time. And sometimes what happens with that is some of our courts have already sent our cases to storage. So then we have to request that case back, and so it's just,
Right.
it's a
And
little
so
bit harder to do
I
that.
think Paul Chapa is
Oh, Paw Chop is excellent. They're
is
great.
gearing in for that.
For the young population, because they'll be around, it's not good for the old population.
Right.
I'm the young population, okay, no, just, but Brent just looked at me like, you're in denial.
Okay, but that particular,
Yes, if we could do that, that would be something else that we could possibly look in, getting some more revenue, that would be great also. Other than that, there was other things with my budget, which was just the additional monies needed for the training also because of the legislative update. But that has never been a problem for my court because I'm blessed with Commissioner Chesney that if I ever needed additional funds for training, he has always handed that to me. I mean, and I'll call him and ask for maybe 1 or 2 employees, and he says, no, all your employees need to go. So he gives us sufficient money to send all of us all the time. So we always get that, no matter what, we always get training because of, if it's not through the county, it's through Commissioner Chesney. So thank you for that, Commissioner, I appreciate that. The other thing was just, for my court, I was asking for new tables for the courtroom. The tables that we have in there, they're actually warped and already, and Commissioner Vaughn saw that, and I think that that will eventually end up being a danger at some point in time. So, and if we could look at the ADA compliances also, I would appreciate that, because I know recently I had several people that came in wheelchairs and they weren't able to go all the way up to the front, which is really, we should not have that happening.
no.
So,
She is a very busy court. There was a line out the door when I went over and looked at it. I'd like to visit all of them, actually. I have a question. Also, you had a lot of boxes. Do we not have storage?
we do, I actually have an actual additional room where I store all my files, but that's packed to the, to the ceiling,
Yeah.
literally. And so what we've done is we moved them, the warehouse kind of was wanting to bring them back to us so that we could go through them to get them, I'm sorry? Expunged and, and removed and then shred the ones that have met the compliances as far as the law is concerned. And we tried to do that last summer, but we were so busy with the contempt hearings that we didn't get to that. But my staff is actually doing that. We close on Thursdays every week, every Thursday in the summer. I give them 1 day to do that. So to kind of catch up and to expunge our files and delete those files and get rid of them.
It's going to take you forever from what I saw.
Yes.
I know that the DA goes to all of these offices or sends someone and they drop cases. Are y'all involved when they drop those cases, and how much do y'all think we're losing by the cases that are being dropped?
By drop, she means dismissed. When an individual, a defendant, enters a plea of not guilty, the prosecutor sees those, and I have a lot with the school cases and that are being dismissed left and right.
Are you involved when the ones that are getting dropped? Do you have any say on that at all?
I do in a sense, but I learned very early on with Judge Cox that, because when I was a clerk, I would get upset if the prosecutor would motion to dismiss a case and he would grant it, and I would get upset with him and tell him, why are you doing that? And he says, well, it makes no sense for me not to, and said it anyway if I don't have a prosecutor who's willing to prosecute the case. So if the prosecutor motions for us to dismiss the case, I go ahead and just sign the dismissal and stop, don't waste anybody's time. And that is a lot of money that we're losing there as far as court costs are concerned.
So they don't even have to pay court costs when that happens?
Nothing.
Is that, Judge, is that a state thing where they don't have to pay court costs, or is that something that can be
It's
changed?
just the law.
Is it
Dismissal.
Dismissal, and they don't even have to pay the court cost?
Nothing.
Amazing. Do you know about how many in your court?
No, but I can find out
I'm just curious how much we're losing.
for you. Mhm.
Everybody's losing, Commissioner.
I know all of them are, and that's why I'm asking, just,
I think there's
Yeah.
too many that are being dismissed just because they don't want to process them, but.
Yeah.
It's something we need to talk to the DA about, because,
I mean, he can do it.
question the same thing.
Yeah.
And if they.
Well, and what's happened in my court a lot is that, where I know that my truancy officers are getting upset, is that when the prosecutor meets with the defendant, that they don't, the prosecutor doesn't meet with the school to get their input to see if they even have a strong case or not.
Yeah.
They're not getting the other side. So how are you basing your dismissal if you haven't even spoke to the school yet, to the truancy officer, to prove that they have a strong case?
All right, go ahead.
They do a lot of work, the truant's office, to get this case to court, and then for somebody just to review it and dismiss it. I think it should give the benefit of the doubt, because they did something wrong, and they let them prove it in court.
Right? I
I mean,
agree.
this is not a deal where I'm not gonna do this, I'm gonna do this. I mean, I think sometimes we have to draw a line on the prosecutor also, and that's why we need to talk probably to the district attorney,
I agree with you, Commissioner.
you know.
And you know how, the details of that, and you have a better understanding of that. And I think that so does Barbara, because she was an attorney and she knows, well, I think a lot of you do.
The truancy laws are a lot different, and it's not really a crime, it's a violation.
Yeah.
Of some kind of a policy, some kind of a truancy, attendance. So that's totally different, the thing is, it continues to happen because half of the time they're dismissed, so.
So why do we have, before they dismiss, why couldn't they collect court costs as a part of the, part of
They
the
haven't
deal?
been found guilty. You can only collect court costs if they've been found guilty, or if they're deferred.
So in theory, and I get what Judge Cox is saying, but in theory, the JPs could deny the motions to
Oh, yes,
dismiss.
I could.
And then I guess it would force some people, it would at least force maybe people to come to the table and have these discussions, because if y'all started, maybe it's got to be two-pronged. I mean, maybe the JP Association, I know y'all meet, could get the DA to come in and have a friendly meeting and say, hey, look, we're concerned with all these motions to dismiss, because it's really, it's a fee issue for us, but it's a court process issue for you. So it's probably more appropriate for y'all and the DA to start the conversation. Because he looks at these dollars too, because he comes in and asks for more, and he's always looking to see how he can generate more, or he doesn't have to ask us for more. So I would think, and from our perspective, it's fee, but the perspective we're not really focusing on is, as Commissioner Gonzalez says, is how hard these truancy officers work to get these cases worked up. And if we're just,
I can
dismissing
tell
them,
you
I can't believe these ISDs would file that many that aren't valid. If we're dismissing 50%
Well,
of
you
them,
have to
that's
realize,
crazy.
yeah, I agree. And what it's gone into now, I can see probably, is that we now don't have the funds for our juvenile case manager. Because from those court costs, $5 of those court costs goes into our juvenile case manager fund for every criminal case.
Well, it's gone down, yeah.
And it's gone down drastically.
I
Mhm.
think the
We no longer have the funds to fund our juvenile case manager.
The most important here, is like, and Commissioner mentioned it too, it's not about, this truancy thing was meant to deter children from
Missing.
in school.
Right.
From going, it should help them, and there's no deterrence here. I mean, we're not even holding accountable for anything. So that's.
And I can tell you that on a first-time offender with a child, with a parent, when they come to court, I would say 95% of the time I'll defer the parent. I won't, I'll give them a deferred adjudication and pay some on deferred, based on the basis of whether the student goes back to school, and as long as they're in compliance and they go back to school, then they're not found in contempt. They're not found, guilty of their deferred.
And I'm sure there's an overwhelming majority that are good cases, but in every aspect of the law, there are dismissals for good cause and good reason.
Correct.
And so the question here is not whether are dismissals occurring. The question is whether there's an inordinate, a super high number of dismissals occurring, an extraordinary number. And honestly, I don't have the information in front of me to determine that, but I think you've raised a good point, and we'll bring it up with the district attorney so that he can show us that there is or there's not, right? But because I just literally graduated number 8 in our blended family from high school, I can tell you from the high school's perspective, it's very easy to get that letter. And what I mean by that is I had a sick child, and there are You
Oh,
know,
yeah, and-
it is very easy to get that letter that brings you down here.
Correct.
In fact, way too easy. And so there are kids that are here for valid reasons, and then there are kids that are not good enough. And it used to be where everybody believed you. You know, you knew that you were sick and, you know, but nowadays, I mean, if you don't bring the doctor's note within 2 days.
Correct, 2 days.
All right, it's not valid. So forgive me if I take the opposite approach. But as a mother, I mean, it is not like it used to be in school. Now, again, I'm talking for the minority, but when we talk about, you know, dismissals, there are valid cases for dismissals. And so we just need to look at the numbers and see where we are, and if there's something amiss, you bet we'll look at that, because that is definitely, you know, not appropriate if we're trying to get case managers and then they
And
work
just
up the case and then they
And
get
just
to the-
imagine, like in my court, I don't make it mandatory for a
Right.
school to file on both parents. They file if they choose to.
Yeah.
Judge Benavides does make it mandatory for the
Yeah.
school to file on both parents, so try to imagine how much money he's losing.
Right, I just want to make sure that we're clear that there are good cause, good reasons, but
Oh, yeah,
not.
there always is, and we
And
take
the
that into
school district has
consideration all the time.
completely gone zero tolerance because they're had it, right? So they catch some good kids in the pile. But yes, we want to make sure that it's a deterrent. But I can tell you, with the number of cases you're doing a good job
Thank you.
catching a lot of and good stories as a result, because as you said, the school sees one angle, they're not in class.
Correct.
You see the other side. I'm not in class because my mom has a cancer battle and I'm unable to deal with it. I'm not in class because I'm watching violence in my home. I'm not in class because my brother's got a drug addiction, or whatever the reason is.
I'm not in class because I have to babysit my younger siblings.
Right.
You see that all
I
the
don't have any, let me tell you what, or I don't have any clothes. I don't have the right clothes. You know how many times I've heard that? I worked in the high school office as a volunteer. So all I'm saying is that you do an amazing job trying to get these kids, not just, you know, punished in a way, right? Or their parents, there's a reprimand involved, right?
Right, correct.
You can't continue to do this, but you put them on the right track.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem like that's the cases you're talking about. So obviously, those are the cases that would come before a judge, and the judge, as Judge Rodriguez does, would say, okay, come on, guys, this is kind of silly, and that's what these JPs are for. They're going to hear these ones, and they're going to say, this isn't a valid case, but it doesn't sound to me like you think you think that a lot of valid cases are being dismissed.
Correct.
And that's a lot different than what Judge Canales is talking
Correct.
about, because
That's a good distinction. I just want to
And a
make sure.
very good
There's
big
I'm not interested in getting rid of dismissals as a lawyer.
That's my
we
point,
pray
because
for
that's what I'm being
dismissals.
told.
I mean, just like I'm saying, I
too.
I have my truancy officers who are very upset.
Oh, I've heard it.
Because-
Believe me, I've heard from
they're
the ISDs that you know, and I'm like, I don't know what to do about it. So Tyner, can we get the numbers run
Yeah.
of the number of dismissals that are being dismissed percentage-wise in all the JP courts? Because
Yeah,
they're all
because
being
it's not just-
prosecuted by
It's not just parent contributing to non-attendance cases that are being dismissed. It's everything, criminal hot checks, you know, traffic.
Other
You need to look at everything. And
Yeah,
we're
and
losing a lot
I'd
of
like to
money.
know why a hot check case is being dismissed. I mean, you know, without going to
If it's
ISD
NSF, it's
or-
NSF. You know,
Right.
why would it be
I
dismissed?
mean, that's, so yeah, I'd like to know, Tyner, how, you know, before we approve our budget, that we get numbers that show the percentages of dismissals, and if we can break it down as to what kind of cases these are that are being dismissed, and as Judge said, present this to the DA and say, okay, you know, tell us why this is happening, and it may be, the DA may not even be aware, because there may be a lot of prosecutorial
Discretion. And
discretion.
that's, I was
and
just
they-
going to
and
bring
they
that
don't
up.
even check with us.
In their motion, I had a lot of prosecutorial discretion, and I said, no, you put what your discretion is. I want you to be able to see if somebody comes back and sees that this case was dismissed, we want to know why it was dismissed, not just prosecutorial discretion.
And again, this is twofold. This is fees, but this is also, we're not sending a message. And, you know, we all griped when they decriminalized truancy back 2 sessions ago, and we all thought that was a mistake, and because basically we deterred a deterrence, and so we're stuck with that, and that's something that maybe we ought to, you know, revisit someday. I don't know, but because I think
Hoping
it's,
it does.
I think
I think all of us
yeah,
are.
I mean, there's no teeth in these things, right? I mean, they took the tools out.
Can't even give
Well,
a
and
slap in the hand
quite
anymore.
frankly, I mean, you can still if you really think that there's no excessive punishment needed here, you could still try the case and offer a better solution and still get your court costs.
Right.
In other words, that could be, if you don't want, you could say, hey, I mean, this is, there's other ways to get it.
Right.
To get it.
You pay your court costs and you get a little community supervision.
That's right.
Or something. I mean,
Right, I'm saying you could,
In my court, I used to, say,
At the minimum.
I used to process it, but I used to say, I'm gonna hold your case, so you comply with your child, I'll dismiss your case, you pay the court costs, but you dismiss your case.
yeah.
So
And-
there's ways to work it out, too.
And Tyner, when you do it, when you get the total, definitely break it out into Judge Benavides and Judge Rodriguez just for truancy, because I think that's a good one to start with. Yeah, parent contributing.
All right, so overall,
Well,
I
thank
think
you.
all of us want,
Sorry, I haven't had a chance to ask any questions. One important question that I think it makes a difference in looking at these numbers. And it's, so you have all of CCISD, they're basically processed through you, or part of them, I guess. Part go to Judge Benavides and part go to you for the truancy. And you also have Flower Bluff, because obviously your office is in Flower Bluff. But why would we have West Oso students sent to you? Now, they're not, I can't imagine any superintendent knowing what the boundaries are, but they obviously fall in precinct 1 of our JP courts.
No.
That could help.
truancy is based on in the county which the student lives in or which the school is in. So you can file anywhere within that county, of which that the school is in or the child lives in.
So, but you're taking that on is what I'm saying, basically.
Yeah.
You're knowingly taking it on.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying. When we look at the numbers overall,
I can tell you why it's filed in my court. Their truancy officer used to work for CCISD. It's Commissioner Jagg's daughter, Deborah, and not just because he's here, but she is my best truancy officer. And when they offered her the job at West Oso, she indicated that one of the things was that she wanted to remain in my court. So that's why they filed there. She
It's
chooses.
Commissioner Jagg's fault. It's Commissioner Jagg's fault.
we're not blaming anyone. I'm just trying to figure it out because
It's just choice.
why would we have them go also that great distance where it's closer to get to the courthouse?
Well, they wouldn't have to. They just got their kids to school.
Well,
Sorry.
obviously, I mean, we can argue that all day.
Sorry, but-
That's a pretty far distance to
Yeah,
send
it is,
the
it
kids
is.
that, and Commissioner Gonzalez and I, we split West Oso ISD.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the boundaries, he has like the elementaries, and I have like the junior high and high school just because of the road where it's divided. So that's an important district, independent school district to both of us. And I was just wondering, because that could easily alleviate the issue. You're obviously an expert because you're a trainer, you're going to be training on this issue. So it's not that I question the qualifications.
Oh, yeah.
It's just, how do we split it up? That's my concern.
I'm not offended.
How do we split that up on this? And then eventually, the judge is doing a great amount of work on pitching the complete count committee. And so 2020 census is really going to determine what this court does in 2021. And so I think as we have our two JPs here today who really are representing a area that's really growing in
Yes.
the city and in the county,
The South
that we're going to really have to look at that. And so I'm saying that so we can think this out loud, or for those who are ever left over after the 2020 election, that we recognize that we're going to have to really be careful with those boundaries, because we understand y'all have so much work. You have a limited amount of staff. We have limited resources which we can give you, and something's going to have to give, so that eventually we may have to tighten up that precinct more so that you still have manageable numbers, because as both JPs were speaking, I was looking and trying to crunch some of the numbers and divide total amount, revenue fines, all that combined per clerk, and we know some are really high extreme and some are much more manageable, and so that's a concern to me. So I want you to know, I'm looking at all that as we talk about this process, and in no way am I saying that y'all don't deserve it, because I know y'all could probably stand to use at least a couple more.
Correct.
But you're being realistic and helpful to us in our budget process, saying, well, I can deal with one for now. But hopefully we can look at all those things as they manage, and like I said, not questioning as far as why, just trying to figure out how that happened. But that, you work with all of these truancy officers, and you build a rapport with them, and they want to be able, like you said, have consistency where they have one judge they know they can go to, rather than, well, we go to one court today and they're not there, or they don't have a big docket and we can't reach with them or meet them. So that helps, I think, to be able to get to you. But I just wanted to figure out why West Osa was being sent out to Compton Road, so.
The other thing that I also do is that I work real hard on making sure that all the cases that were filed that school year are heard within that school year. That are not carried over into the next school year, because we do have our repeat offenders. And with the growth that you're talking about also, in the south side, I mean, the evictions, I hear anywhere from 30 to 50 every Wednesday evictions. I have a lot of evictions. So, yeah, Judge Santana and I are kind of back-to-back with the most.
Judge, thank you so much.
Not a problem. Thank you for my
I want to
time.
spend some more time.
I think we should-
Okay, great.
Have one more.
Sure.
And I'm really blunt, so I'm just going to have to say it because I don't know any nice way to say it, but don't take it wrong. I'm just trying to find out. I'm looking at all these JPs, and I visited some of the offices, and I'm just wondering, kind of like salesmen, do y'all go out and try and solicit things from the schools? I would think you could not do that.
No, you can't.
Okay, just making sure, because, I mean, like the West Oso there, I see the valid reason that they would be filing in another one. That just makes so much sense to me. That's a prime example of what you were talking about, Brent. So that's why I'm asking. And you said you had more civil cases that you had not had before, so that's why I'm trying to figure out, are we going, saying, oh, no?
No, you cannot, what we call judge.
I know you
stop.
cannot, I'm just making sure.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay.
And I just, in the interest of time, I'm going to stick with what we've done today, but I would love to be invited back. I think you as collective JPs get together from time to time.
Get together once a month.
If y'all would try to get that back on my calendar, I'd like to talk to you more about e-filing, because we got to get ready, and sometimes it's better to be proactive than to be told and then not be prepared at all. And so I want to just talk to you all about that, and I also want to talk to you about records management, because I'm looking, and thanks to Commissioner Vaughn, for going over there, because now I'm sort of thinking about those boxes, but just so you know, records management is sort of a problem countywide, and I'd like to have a better records management policy countywide. So getting, think about what you could do if Thursdays weren't purging days,
Exactly.
okay? Think about what your efficiencies would look like. So, anyway, those are two things that are not budget related, but could affect our budget next year. So would
mention-
that be all right?
Yeah, I'll mention it to Judge Lawrence.
Bobby,
He's
is
the
that okay,
presiding.
Judge? Is that okay? I mean, it's going to be different for every court. Some are going to say, I don't want that at all. But look, at some point, they're going to tell us to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not even what we want anymore. It's what they tell us. So I think that those are two subjects. If you'll help me, it doesn't have to be this month. It could be next month. But let's start having those conversations about what we can do better on those two subjects, records management and e-filing.
Okay, I'll mention it
Thank
to
you.
Judge Lawrence.
Very appreciative. Very appreciative. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Just wanted to clarify on your position, you said you wanted to reclass your temp
Right.
to permanent, so you're not requesting a
I'm
new
not
court clerk?
requesting an additional, I'm just requesting for my temp to become full-time.
Okay.
Thank you.
And just for clarity, Teresa, I have that written down as a total of 32,421.
But there's an increase, she has an increase in
Correct.
temporary
We need to
also.
do the delta. Oh, no.
Let me explain that.
Yeah, explain that.
If I do not get a full-time, can I
Okay.
increase the hourly
For the
pay?
temporary.
Because it's really low in my court, and it's hard to find a temp for the hourly rate.
But Teresa, so that number's wrong. That 32 needs to be the delta of,
That's correct.
okay, yeah, I got you. I'm
Okay,
going to
so I'm not
change
looking
that
at the
right
right
now.
one.
Did
It's-
everybody
Temporary
get that?
salaries will be decreased, because on her packet, it shows she's
That
at
32 is not the
Right,
right.
I'm looking at
number. It
this, though.
needs
Is
to be
this,
delta
is this the
from
right
temporary
bottom line where she's only asking, she's 2.2, right?
Yes,
whatever it
that's
is
because that's
she's
what's in the
already
budget
at.
packet, that's the budget packet.
That's a
is
much lesser
correct.
request.
She's going to
Okay, good.
decrease her
$16,000.
temp.
Well, that's a big difference.
Right, but so is this number going to change, it's going to be more than that?
The temporary salaries will go away if that person is.
No, I know, but like, I'm looking at this bottom line page where it says her increase is $4,500, so it's going to be more than that?
It will be less because the temporary salaries will go away if she really gets the court clerk.
The one to really change is that 32,000, because if you take the temporary to full, that 32,000 represents the whole salary of the full-time person. So you have to subtract that by what we're already giving her.
Same thing, but
Maybe just a new page on that. Good morning, Judge. Come on up. We'll get you ready while we're sorting out the last bit of budget.
So you'll update that.
You'll update it.
May I approach?
Absolutely.
Oh, Judge, how are you?
Doing fine, Mr. President.
Good.
Judge Canales, Commissioner,
Yes.
Judge Rodriguez is going to revise her packet.
I think
so
it's
that the
good.
information is reflected correctly.
It shouldn't be additional.
Got it. I think it'll help everybody when we go back next week or whenever.
Have her change that.
Thank you. That's good.
3650.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
How you doing? Good to see you, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please. Thank you.
Teresa, sorry I didn't.
That's okay, Judge.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name's Bobby Gonzalez. I'm a JP in Robstown, and I didn't ask for much. I'm just looking for 2 part-timers. Really, I just need 1. We're trying to get a part-timer, even though we have some money in there, but I would just make sure we're trying to get some part-timers to help us out during the lunch hours, anything from 10 to 2, because usually most people were open during lunch, and people come out for lunch to pay their citations or file or do whatever. So we don't want to give this person too much ability to get in the technology aspect, but we just want her to help us either to look up fines, look up what they owe, put things in parameters, give them information if they call over the phone. And that's mainly what we're looking for in our office, and just give us some funds to put a part-timer. Last time we had to reduce that budget. We had that, I think that 2% reduction that we had a couple of years ago. So they took out some money. I've never hired one. I'm really fiscally responsible. I manage my personnel really, really well. I have great staff, as all the judges do, and I guess you guys do too. But that's really what we're looking for, just a part-timer to be there. And I put down 2 in reality because I don't want to hire a full-timer because I might not like who I hire. Might not be what I think it is, so it's going to be difficult to get rid of them. So I figure I'd bring them as part-time and see what their ethics and their working abilities are. And if they work good, well, we might just come back and ask. But if they're not, it might be easier to say sayonara.
That's smart.
Or like who, yeah, and so, I'm trying to find my page where it says what that cost. That's the 7477?
Yes, ma'am.
Got it.
And the biggest part of what we're looking for is the reason we're asking is also our citations have increased. DPS, we only had 6 officers out here in this whole region of Corpus Christi area. And we talked to the major in Brownsville, and we talked to the captain in Austin, and they've been able to recruit a whole fleet of 12 to 15 officers to be assigned to the Corpus Christi region. So that's going to be the citations offered for this region are going to increase for all the JPs.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that my workload has gone from, we used to do about 4,500 citations a year. Then it kind of did a lull, and the governor sent the DPS down to the border. So now we're back up to, I tell you, right now we're at probably almost 2,700 citations.
Wow.
So we have
noticed-
a
yeah, I
lot of
noticed-
revenue coming in.
Noticed you have a huge increase of $80,000 increase over the
Yes.
past 2 years.
Yeah, so gradually we've been able to utilize some of the old citations that were in the system, but at the same time, we've had such an influx of citations, the officers have been trusting the court and coming in and to file, so the people have been, and it's a lot of the thoroughfare traffic, it's not a lot of the local traffic, it's your 77 going up and down to the border and back up north. So we've seen the increase in traffic citations, so that's why we're kind of looking for somebody to come in and take care during the lunch hour so they can help us just work that lunch hour while the staff is out for lunch.
I would love to talk to you a little, and I understand it. Does anyone have any questions with regards to that before I move on to your bullet points?
Well, I'm impressed that you're open at lunch. Everybody just doesn't leave. I don't know if the other ones do that, but I think that's great because that's when people try and come.
Yes, ma'am, that's exactly what we believe. And it really is crowded. You'd be surprised.
Yeah.
People come in they get 11 o'clock lunch or 12, 12:30, 1 o'clock, and they're there. You guys are open? Well, yes, we're here. We work for you guys, the taxpayers.
Are the others open at lunch? No?
I can tell you the times that I'm there for meetings or visiting with other officials there in the office, in the building, that line moves.
Yes.
I mean, you see them and you're gone for 30 minutes, an hour, you come back. I mean, it's a whole new group of people, but like you said, that line is full outside the door, and the fact that you are able to move them and get them through in spite of the volume that you have and the amount of staff you have, it's commendable.
Well, we have about 1,000 civil cases, evictions, so we run credit card cases, evictions, and other administrative hearings in the mornings from 9 o'clock till 12:30, whenever we need to get through. And between the court cases that we have, we bring people into their pleas or the case they want to speak and have a differentiation of extended time to pay their citations. We have a discussion with them.
Let's talk about the technology that you say we need, and just, it's good to, I'm sympathetic to that, so tell us, plead your case on that.
Well, I really believe that with the new increase in range of the 20,000 coming in September of next year of 2020, the JP courts are really going to have to be challenged, not only intellectually by the judge, but also by his staff. So the staff is going to have to be really versed in reference to how to file these cases, the motions by the attorneys, as well as the presentations, and even at the end, backside of the judgments, what kind of writs they're going to be looking for, appeals and whatnot. So not only are we going to have right judges, but fantastic staff, and we have to educate that staff to make sure that they know what they're talking about and what document these people are looking for. And not that we're going to be their agents in behalf of his attorneys, but just more or less so that our staff looks classified. And we are a court of judges, and even at the JP level, we're not attorneys, but we need to know what our staff does, and we're going to need technology, and we know we got the scanners now, so that makes it easier for us to look at the data. Even myself, as I'm not a technology whiz, but my staff is really emblazoned me and able to see more of the things, because I no longer have to look at the citation. I just punch a key, a monitor on the computer, and it tells me what the citation looks like or anything else that I need. And I do believe, Judge, that email is going to be really a part that's going to be pushed by Judge Hetch. Speaking with him a couple of times, he has spoken that he's looking to take the whole state that direction. So the rural counties is going to be a little harder, but because we're our little metros, it'll take a little time for us to get there. But the bigger urban communities, he's going to really push to go that immediately. So I believe that in the next coming years, you'll see tools that we, the JPs, are going to need for the attorneys to present their case with the increase in judgment. But that'll be time that'll be coming. I know that I work on the education committee as well as Judge Rodriguez. And the training center is going to be looking at a list of things that every court should have if they're going to have the range, because the range is across the state.
That's what I was going to ask you. I think maybe what we really need, judges, is just a list of something every court ought to have in their courtroom, and then we could have, procurement really look at that and say every court should have an easel for, video, for display, and some of the lawyers do bring it, right? But remember, you don't have to have a lawyer to come into your courtroom either.
Yes, ma'am, a lot of pro se litigants.
A lot of pro se.
And I sit on the education committee on this, so we're having a meeting in September to kind of start looking at what we're going to teach for the new judges for the next session, and we've had a really great team that's teaching the new topics. But there also is going to be a discussion of what materials we're going to need for the judges to have and requesting their commissioners and their judges so that they can have an efficient and professional court. And we'll bring that list to yourself and bring it to the judges when they come to the 20-hour school.
Thank you. Are there any questions, commissioners?
Now, I am a rural judge, and again, I sit on a lot of different boards, so I'm going to ask you to bear the indulgence with me, because I really believe in economic development, and I really, really request that you guys really look at some MOUs with the drainage district in order to increase the depth and the width of our rural ditches, so that we can increase the flow and also reduce the flow of coming into our back part of Oso Bay. Maybe even some stock ponds, so that would be a nice idea with our MOUs in reference to the drainage district to maybe reduce the flow that comes from up north of the deforestation in some of those areas and fields up north, and really comes from Orange Grove. I can also tell you that I asked you to look at the airport. I sit on the airport board. Thank you, Mr. Maris, for letting me sit on that board, but I will tell you that board is really aggressive. I know we're just a suggestive board, and I'm pushing the limits on it, but I know that we're having, hopefully the Air Force will come in and build, extend our runway. Well, I would ask you to look at really asking them to build a whole new runway, a parallel runway to it, to be able to bring real business, something like FedEx or DSI or some of those other companies that would land in a set up their warehousing and expand the economic capacities of those rural areas, and without having to charge a humongous landing fee as they do at CCIA.
No, I wondered where we were going with that bullet point, and because you were so efficient with your time, I'll go ahead and answer that. I think you'll be very pleased. Just in my office last week, we had a airport consultant who works with county airports all over the state. He's from Houston. His name is Drew Coates. Is that right?
I think so.
Drew Coates. Carolyn, also Commissioner Vaughn also visited with him, and I'm really excited because you're absolutely right. I don't know about FedEx, but we can definitely be very competitive on the FBO
Yes.
position. And of course, we're getting our jet fuel, and where he's gonna do an analysis. So he'll be coming to your board to visit with you and John Cox, and I'm really excited. And he's somebody that I have a lot of faith in based on his previous employment. But so take all those ideas and work with him. He knows. We are with you. I mean, at least the office that says Barbara Canales is with you, because I want you to know that economic development is critical, and we already have the infrastructure there, but we're not making the revenue that we need to self-sustain, and it's such a beautiful facility and proudly bears the name, of a previous county judge, and so that's important, and we need to make certain that we make hay with all of that. So as far as the Air Force, we have a lot of thanks over here to the right. It's an opportunity that we'll have next year to apply for. I think they do it a year in advance on that grant.
Yes, ma'am.
But we fully believe that 5,000-foot runway could be very, very lucrative for us. So
Yes, ma'am.
we're with you. We like the enthusiasm and the ideas, but please look out for this gentleman, because I think when he left last week, it was to get to your next meeting. So
You
it's
know,
your next, is that
Judge,
right?
he made a great point too. If we don't get that, TxDOT Aviation, I did not know they had an aviation. They do runways for small airports too.
They do, and
Yeah.
that grant is just, I think it's 75-25, but it's still 75 them. It's still great. I think we have 3 bites at the apple, to be honest with you. And maybe it's everybody working together, but that's what Drew's gonna put together for us. And I can't wait for you guys to meet with him.
Yes, and the other bullets we see a lot of pipelines in our west of our area. They all come into Corpus, to our refineries are coming here. So I really like to push the education. I know our fellow judges are really diligent when you use our truancies, our no DLs, or other citations, to make sure our youth get their driver, even the parents get their GED or their diploma. But we also would like to see, and I know it's pushing the limit with you guys, but maybe having a sit down with Del Mar or B Community College and say, we need to go back to developing our turbine technology school with Del Mar. They changed it to instrumentation. Now we need to go back to turbine. Look at all the turbines being built in our area. Why should we bring somebody from Minnesota or Michigan to learn to read and use these tools when we have the resources and the people here? Just a matter of reviewing our junior colleges to start teaching these skills, as well as corrosion control with all these pipelines. They need to know what the density of that pipe and whatnot is going on for the safety of the citizens, as well as their resources. And the last one is our CCAT. Our CCAT is a big employer of South Texas, and we really need, we just got that contract to build those 754 helicopters, and we need to produce those 100 helicopters per session, which in turn we need the skill of the next generation to have those skills to be able to produce and keep the production of CCAT. So I know it's pushing you guys into bounds that I didn't come here for, but hopefully with the intelligence that all of you guys have, we might all work together and push this whole county to a different region and work in unison on it.
Thank you, Judge. We appreciate really just the highlight to remember how important the rural part of our county has become an economic development engine, and so we need to make sure that we garner and nurture all those opportunities. So I hear you. I think they're all really great. And I think there's going to be more to come next year.
Yes, ma'am.
So, okay, thank you. If there are no further questions, we're going to move on.
You don't see it.
And while the next group sets up, if anyone needs to take like just a 2-minute break to Coffee, bathroom, anything? Everybody good?
Want to take this?
Okay.
Yeah, just get up when I have to get up.
Never met him before.
Very,
It's just so we go back to back, you know? Let me put this in the right order.
Gets it.
Judge, whatever Homer wants, we just need to tell him no and let him go ahead and go away, and we won't waste his time, especially if Miles is here too, so.
The good thing about it, he always pays his own way, right, Homer?
Thank you.
What unfunded mandate hurt us this year, Homer?
Well, I have different news for you.
Oh, you do? Good.
Hold on 1 second. I just need to get my book in order again. Got it. Okay.
Okay. Y'all ready?
Yes, sir.
Judges, Commissioner, good morning.
Good morning.
Before getting on with the general fund request, which I do have one, I would like to review with you two topics. One, our state dollars, our TJJD funds that we just found out a week and a half ago that we got allocated. And then the second topic is an outstanding request I have into the hospital district, which may come back before you depending on their approval or not. So with the TJJD funds, or what I think the county refers to as Fund 28, so for the first time in 5 years, and Chesney, you can appreciate this, we are not experiencing a decrease in funds with regard to our state dollars. In fact, we're getting a little bit. We're getting an increase of $30,000 for each year of the biennium. So next month, with regard to that $30,000, I'll be requesting in front of the juvenile board, basically to use these monies to cover some external contract expenses. In short, mainly because our psychologicals have gone up, both in number and in price, and we're needing extra dollars to cover those expenses. So in addition to Fund 28, I also wanted to review with you the outstanding request I have before the hospital district, and that's for an additional $75,000. Since the hospital district cannot pay for salaries, the plan is to request that $75,000 to pay for a portion of our MST program, which right now is out of state dollars, and that would make available $75,000 out of state monies to fund a new mental health counselor. So if that's even approved, obviously we would be back here before the Commissioners Court for final approval, since it does involve an additional FTE. Okay.
And where is that on your packet?
Well, the hospital district, it's not.
Okay.
No. The only thing on the packet is the request for general funds.
Which is,
34, 80, 90, and 92.
Was there an alternative for the hospital district? I feel like maybe you should give them alternatives.
I don't see any increase on
In
here.
other words, if they don't buy into this idea that that's within their realm,
I can look at some alternatives.
I'm worried about that, Homer.
Okay.
I think it's in their realm, but I'm not on the board. I think the mental health, I'm worried that MST is something that they're not going to get their arms around. And I'm just wondering,
They have partially funded it in the past. But I will definitely come up with some,
and you're going to go make a presentation, right?
I'm not, in the past or history, we've not been asked to make a presentation. It's been by way of a request, and I don't know how that works, to be quite honest.
I would like to intercede for you and make sure that you go and make a presentation.
And I would appreciate that.
I'm going to, because I think that when they understand, if I see MST, it's different than if I see a mental health counselor. I think that's such a very compelling thing to say, you know, this dollars are going to go for a counselor. And
Well,
I don't know.
not only that, Judge, but you know, the health center, I mean,
Yeah,
they funded the health center, and it got administrative.
they have.
You know,
I just heard rumblings, and I just want Homer to go over there and really give him a 1-2.
Thank you.
I hate acronyms, and I'm new to this.
Yes,
MST is
Commissioner,
what?
I'm so sorry. My apologies. MST is a multi-systemic therapy program. It's a very intensive program that, with kids that are high risk, in lieu of placing them out of community, we have a team of therapists. They're not counselors, they're therapists that work with the family, not just the kid, but the whole unit, to look at ways of changing behavior. We currently contract with an outside provider, Liberty Resources, that provides that particular service for us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And you might mention to Commissioner Vaughn that you have like a waiting list. In other words, you do accommodate a lot of families to be able to help, try and get the whole, in other words, the whole idea here under MST is so that, a little brother, you have a young man in jail, but you've got to make sure that little brother's not looking there and thinking, it's really to get the whole family well, because the whole family's sick in a way and needs help, because what affects one is going to penetrate to siblings and to parents, or is that
The whole problem, not just one.
right?
Yeah,
It's
I
a
can-
really awesome system. He just doesn't have enough resources
also-
to get to everybody.
Just as an aside, we actually use one of our slots, if you will, for our CPS court, or our, to look at how that program works with the CPS population. And after that, they're looking at other funding to perhaps bring that into that arena as well.
And the MST services are very valuable services because, as she discussed, we really were able to use them to deter it from happening again, and from just helping with a lot of the cases. I think when I would order those, I would be specific, and I probably used up more of the slots than I was supposed to. But it was really on some real need basis, so it gives the judge some extra tools in his belt as well.
I wish we had thought about this, but, and of course, we don't dictate to the hospital district board, but it would have been nice if we had gotten a resolution, saying that we at least believe in this, because I think a lot of it is whether it's in their lane or not.
We can still do that.
Yeah.
We can put it on for for another agenda, as long as it doesn't look like tomorrow's agenda. So
July 24th.
It is.
Almost the same thing, you're doing the same thing, except you do it in-house.
Maybe you can get us a little executive summary so that all commissioners can understand MST, the value, it's pitch it to us, and then give us an opportunity to get a resolution. That way they know that this is something that we also believe in, and that we would support it if they would. And you know what I think? I think that that's maybe why they don't jump at it, because they don't know. Is that something that's.
Right.
Okay, sorry for the interruption, but
Fine.
I just, birdies chirp
can
in my
clarify.
ear, and I know things.
If it's okay, I'll go on to the request, the general fund request.
Yeah.
So, this is the same general fund request as last year, Commissioners, Judge. And that is a salary increase for our institution line staff in both of our facilities.
which division? Which one are you looking at? 3480 or 3490?
Well, both.
Okay,
No, I'm sorry.
He's at 3490 and 3492.
3490. Okay,
Yes.
go ahead. Sorry, it's the
okay.
reclassification and the juvenile. That one. Is that what
Yes.
you're talking about? Okay.
And I'm going to try to go with what you have, Judge, but in most part, I'm going to be summarizing, Commissioner. So the total amount of the request, which is divided into the different categories there, but the total amount is $112,199. And that's $51,634 for the detention and $60,565 for post-adjudication. So as you know, we have two facilities. One facility for housing kids until the judicial proceedings are in place, and that's our detention or pre-adjudication. And the other one is a more programmatic and long-term in nature, and that's our post-adjudication or the Barnes building. So at the end of the day, the most important thing that we need with these kids is the safety and security, and providing the safety and security. And our juvenile supervision officers, or as I'll refer to as JSOs, are the backbone to making this happen. And we rely on them for the supervision, to provide the supervision 24/7. When a kid comes into detention, they perform the intake procedures, they get all the necessary information. They're the first ones to get a feel for what type of behavior this child is going to exhibit. or if this kid has any mental health issues. Does this child or kid need to be put on a security watch, a suicidal watch? If so, then we need to provide, depending on the level of importance, we need to provide a one-on-one supervision.
Hey, Homer, let me interrupt you, and I'm sorry for doing that, but I totally get what you're saying. I'm just trying to figure out how you did all this by not increasing your net operating changes. So you reclassified, and so I'm kind of more interested in, not more interested because I agree with what your needs are, but I'm just interested how you did that. I mean, and your three departments show no operating changes, but yet increases for different folks. So how was that done? Am I reading that wrong?
No, you're reading it right.
Are not included.
I'm sorry?
Salaries are not included in here because that's done by the auditor's office. We just note what their requests are.
But normally you have the requested increase or decrease in a column.
We don't include the salaries.
That-
That's why it's to the right.
That's correct, except for salaries. But what I do is I always look at the blues. They're very helpful for me.
Look at too, yeah.
But it is off to the right, if you see it, but it's kind of easier to look at the blues.
So why don't we do it that way? Because that makes it, why wouldn't we just include the increase request in there?
Because the positions are approved separately from the personnel, and so it's a total request, but the positions are reclassifications that are done separately.
That's why, okay, this doesn't make sense to me. That's why so like on I'm sorry to interrupt, but so on the DA's one, his looks like it's only a $5,000 increase, but then the salaries are off to the side and he wants
Exactly.
$580,000 more.
Exactly.
So
Because whenever we look at the budget, whenever we get our blue notebook, you're gonna have your regular department requests, then there will be separate pages for your capital outlay, and then there are separate pages for your personnel reclassifications and your new positions.
right, but I guess what I'm asking is, and I'm sorry to do this in front of you because but it's just really confusing to look at. Why wouldn't you just, because this is a budget recap sheet. I mean, it's just a workshop sheet. Why wouldn't it show the salaries and the regular, over in the blue column? So it would show, as we're going through this, the total increases, because this doesn't show the total increases. I mean, you have to go here and then you got to add this
The
up.
last session we had.
It
that's
just
why-
doesn't make sense not to have it in there.
That was my point the last.
But why can't we do that? What stops us from doing this? It's just a worksheet number. I mean, it's just a worksheet page.
I don't know which worksheet page you're looking at. If you're looking at that one's generated by Commissioners Court admin. The packet that the departments get, it doesn't have it on there either. Again, because that would involve them going from page 4 and then populating the information over here.
Well, how hard is that?
Ma'am, you don't see what I get back.
Well, I'm sorry, but it's just a column.
I understand
Yeah,
that.
I mean, it's not you. I'm just saying, it's just a column.
Yeah, this,
I think the reason that it probably is off to the side, maybe what we can do, Teresa, is just do under comments, do a total of the requested increase, decrease, and add to the salaries on the 3490. I think we can do that admin-wise easier than they can.
because from a transparency standpoint,
Yeah.
this is really not
But
transparent.
let me tell you what the problem is that if you reclassify somebody, which is what these comments are, you're affecting it countywide. So really,
Exactly.
the increase and decrease is not a fair increase or decrease, because you could be affecting legals. In your case, Homer, don't mind us, but
Sorry.
the JSOs, okay, only apply to Homer. There are no other JSOs, okay? So in this case, we're not gonna have it, but let's take last week or 2 weeks ago with a legal secretary. Huge implications. Court manager, huge, and so this increase or decrease does not tell the story. You might say, oh, I'm gonna help Homer, but really what you've done is made another $1 million add-on to your county. So for me, honestly, I mean, I understand. I think we can cure it better in our office. Let us take a stab at it. What do you
Yeah, and
think?
We can revise the budget packets to give you the information as you would like it presented. That's a possibility. I'm not saying that it's not possible. It's just going to be a matter of linking a number to a page.
Yeah.
But whenever you show it on multiple pages, as we've had the instance with capital outlay, it confuses the departments.
What I do
Well,
is
here's
I
the
just
deal,
make
and I-
little notes.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, for my purposes, and I'm hearing, I think from other purposes, I just want a worksheet that shows what the total increase is without the stuff on the right side. I want it all in the one column. And I mean, that to me is gonna make sense, because when I got back, I'm looking at these things and I'm seeing, and I mean, I know I've done this, but I mean, I think we've talked about this before too, but I see that DA's deal. I don't mean to pick on the DA, but now I'm gonna pick on the DA because I see this $5,000 increase, and I'm thinking it's, $5,000 increase, that's not bad. He's figured out how to reclassify because this is over to the right. Well, you add that $580,000 increase he wants back in, holy crud, and that goes for everybody else. That's just the biggest one that I've seen and I'm gagging on without, seeing. But,
It just said
I
it
just-
has to be considered two different. Salaries has to be in one train and your expenses in another. And I've just compartmentalized it that way. But I think we can help the court, Teresa, if we do the whole increase.
I don't know what you need to do for the departments. I just want, for my purposes, I want everything reprinted, that everybody that's come in here, and I want the reprint with a total increase in one column, so I can look
But
through
don't
that.
And
forget to
Commissioner,
look.
we do give that to you in the Blue Book, whenever you get your Blue Book later on. These are just the department requests. Whenever we do the Blue Book, you do have that total number where it says they are requesting operating this, salaries this, capital this, for a total request of this. That's all included in your Blue Book. And so you're just a step ahead of where we are right now.
And I'm just asking for it a step ahead. So I'd like it now.
Thing with us, I want to know who we talking
I'm a
about.
weirdo. I love it this way.
I'd like to know who's getting what.
We know that, Jack.
I like who's getting what, and if it's an increase to that person, how much that person is getting an increase to. So I want to just break it down to, because we might come back and say, you know what, we're going to do 3% across the board. Everybody gets the same thing.
And it doesn't include longevity, continuous.
Right.
Exactly.
But just the salaries, yeah.
Yeah, so just
And,
reprint all these ones that we've had before and provide them back to me. And that's just my request. If everybody else wants it, great.
I want it too.
I'm fine with
easier.
that. But yeah, thank you.
just remember your capital outlay is so different. Take that and put it off to the corner. Do not look at capital outlay. This is really important when
I'm
you're
not
doing
worried
budgets.
about that, Judge.
Capital outlay
salaries.
is
Just
a
salaries.
new request every year. So
Exactly.
you start at a baseline of 0. Just because you got 3 cars last year doesn't
Yeah.
mean you're going to start off with 3 cars this year.
So is that okay?
Every year it starts brand new.
So is it okay, guys, that she just does salaries
That's all I
plus
want is
expenses?
salary.
It's okay. It's okay, but it's still what they're requesting. It's still an increase in what they're
Bottom
requesting.
But not really,
You
because
gotta
you could
balance.
just, but that's not really true, because, like, let's take a car, let's take Constable 1, Precinct 1. That car is scheduled for that year.
But it's still an increase to our
Still a
general
bottom line
fund.
cost of the budget.
It's still a bottom line cost, Judge.
But not to that
But
department.
it's still a bottom line cost. So maybe then you do a different
balance.
bottom line
But
cost.
you wouldn't budget it in their department.
And
Let me just tell you what.
all of
there's a
that is
reason
shown
it's
in
done
that
this
blue
way.
book that you're going to be getting in a matter of a week or two. So, I mean, and we're talking for the entire county, you'll have all that information at that time.
Yeah.
Right, and I'm saying I want it,
It takes me a while to get through it, Commissioner, I'm sorry.
I'm talking to them, so I'm just, the judge is right. I think we can fix our pages. I just want our pages before that,
can
because
do
I spend a lot of time on this between now and when we get the blue book. So,
Hey, we'll do it. I think we can do it on our side.
Thank
Well,
you. Sorry,
Tyner,
Robert.
I'm speaking for you. Tyner, forgive
Yes.
me, I'm speaking for you.
We will get it done.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry about that, Tyner. But I think we can do it easier.
We forgot you were here, didn't we?
I know it. Tyner's so good.
go ahead, sorry,
Quiet.
my bad.
Okay,
Okay, Homer, welcome back.
now I,
Sorry, but you don't know how you just helped us, so thank you.
okay, Fund 28. I'm just kidding. I I forgot where it was.
Okay, you were at the
Oh, yes, I was explaining,
112 cumulative and how
Yeah,
it
that's the
broke down into the
cumulative.
two facilities in the JSO.
and the importance, obviously, of a JSO. You know, it's not just the supervision of kids. We rely on our staff to have an understanding and the verbal capability to be able to engage with our youth, and that's very important. We expect our staff, for instance, in doing restraints, to have composure, which not everybody can do. You know, getting spit in the face sometimes while you're restraining a kid. I mean, obviously, your first reaction is not of composure, but it's one that is learned sometimes. But that is the expectation of our staff in working with our kids and being able to garner a respect so that in turn leads to a better time while they're in our facility. Keep in mind that the pre-adjudication or detention is a little different than the post-adjudication. Long-term treatment, we get to really have more long-term engagement and you develop rapport with these kids. The short-term, you know, some of these kids, you just have to keep on watching them day to day because you don't know how they're going to react depending on where they go to court. If they don't like their decision, they come back, they act out. Restraints need to take place. So those are some of the things that our staff deal with on a day-to-day basis.
24/7.
24/7, yes, sir. So we polled 5 counties of like size and or in our southern region. And the comparisons are listed at the bottom of, I think it's entitled Reasons for Additional Personnel Request. So I'm going to be comparing our rates to the average of other counties, but also, and I didn't list it in there, and probably it should have been the median, and I'll list that as well, but I have that, which I can compare to. So we have our lead staff and our line staff. Lead staff, for all practical purposes, every shift has a shift supervisor, and that's the supervisor for each shift. We have 3 shifts, 24/7, and the rest of the people on duty are considered line staff. So each that shift supervisor is responsible for making those decisions during the staff. So I'm going to go over right now just the lead or our shift supervisor salary. We currently our leads earn an hourly wage of $16.40, which is a pay grade 19. Compared to the average wage that are listed, the average is $19.53, and the median is $19.81. So I'm requesting that our current rate of $16.40 for our leads be raised to $18. That is a pay grade 19 to a 21. Going on to our line staff, we currently pay our line staff $14.92, which is grade 17. We compare the averagely hour rates of $15.62 and the median of $16.11. So I'm requesting the $14.92 rate be changed to $15.65, which is a pay grade 17 to 18. The Juvenile Board has approved this request and has approved me to come before you. They approved this on May 16th. If approved, I do believe that this places our department and Nueces County in a more favorable position to select good qualified applicants for these JSO positions. And I do appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, Homer. I'll start with questions. Anybody?
What are your qualifications?
The qualifications, Deanna maybe help me out better here, but it's not a degree. It's not a degreed position, that I know. The experience is minimal, but the training, they have a 40-hour certification training, and then every year is 40 hours after that. Every year you have to have 40 hours to get recertified. The actual qualifications, anything I need to add? 21.
Have to have a what?
Driver's license ID. They need to be certified within 3 months as a
Yeah.
TJD certification officer. Handle with care. There's a lot of training that goes along with it.
All our JSOs are certified by the state. And we turn in those hours. They in turn put out a certification for our JSOs. If they're not certified, they cannot be counted in our ratios.
Thank you.
And it's just high school or GED. There's no degree.
Well, and Homer, you and I have had a lot of discussions on numerous occasions about just the state of where we are. I mean, I asked you, how many people do you have in your facility? And if the answer is 25, and I followed that question up with, and how many have behavioral health issues? The answer is 25. You know, right. I mean, but there's a difference between making a mistake and having a systemic issue in your life that's chronic, that's going to, quite frankly, be a revolving door. So they're going to move from juvenile, most likely, to our regular county jail and in prison. And so the idea is there anything that could, as they say in soccer, break it? And I think counseling is the only thing that can break it. And in addition to having the right inpatient and outpatient services, which this county does not have. I want to repeat that a million times until I cut that darn ribbon when we do have it. And it's time that we invest with kids. And if we can save 10 of them from going into our jail and the prison system, that is money well spent. So, you know, finding the money, Homer, is going to be tough. But I want you to know that I believe in this type of request because I think it's going to pay tremendous dividends. We've been over 100% in jail pop all month long. And something has to break. And it's starting here when they're juveniles, for many of them. Not for all, but for many of them. And what really bothers me, too, is the comparisons. And I thank you for that. I've asked as many departments as will listen to bring us comparisons so that we can be, quite frankly, really look at it hard and say, boy, we're really off here. And it looks like we're really off here. So only Cameron is showing lower than we are, and that's not a comparison.
Well, in fact, they've since increased, but they weren't able to get me those figures
Okay.
as of this morning.
Right, so, anyway, so I don't know if there's any more questions, but,
Judge, I want to ask you one. You can probably, I'm trying to figure out how I keep hearing reclassify. So when you reclassify one employee, you have to reclassify all of them?
yes, ma'am.
So we don't go by merit? What's the incentive to do better? Who in the world came up with this
It's a
process?
terrible process. There is no meritocracy in this county. It's a 3-year longevity. Every 3 years, you get rewarded.
Can that be changed?
It can be changed, yes. The Commissioners Court can change this. We would probably request that you bring in another corporation that they did like they did last time. It was 12, 15 years ago that they brought someone in because we were all over the place. And they brought someone in and converted it to what we have now.
Well, I would like for us to discuss it, Judge, because you have some employees that are better than others that deserve raises. Some do not deserve raises. I'm not being ugly, but I can't imagine why we're doing this.
And I raised that when I first came in, and I can't remember what Judge Neal's response was because I talked about merit pay and I talked about reviewing this automatic policy and we didn't get anywhere with it. And so how would we, again, sorry, Homer, you're in the big picture conversation, but how would we do that? I don't know if we can do it for this budget. I mean, we're pretty far along.
Yeah, not this budget,
Right.
but.
Discuss it later?
Yeah, discuss it for,
That will be discussed later. Right now, as Commissioner Chesky was saying, the continuous pay is written into our personnel policy.
Right.
And to be able to change it, you have to change the personnel policy.
that's right. And it gets
As well
more
as the civil service
complicated.
policy.
It gets very complicated because then what happens is that you have to require of your electeds, okay, that they actually do something like document. And quite frankly, that's what the challenge is that we can control what we can control, right? All the services departments. But wherever there's an elected, they would have to take leadership and really do documentation.
And a department head, right.
And department head. But to some extent, we could at least we could have a lot more say-so on department heads, you know?
We get paid to do that.
But I remember, I don't know who it was, that I'm going to use you guys as a great example in the auditor's department. I think I was here only a few weeks, and I noticed on a report that somehow there was a $400,000 surge. Sir, and I said, this must be a mistake. They said, no mistake, Dale says. I said, well, explain this to me. And apparently, he had an employee who still needs the gold certificate, like in 24-karat gold. I just haven't found one yet, who found an incredible AEP error, and that resulted in a refund to this county of over $400,000. And when I said, how can we reward this person? I think the answer was we took her to lunch. Now, I don't know about you, but I would have liked to give that person a raise, because what is the incentive to go and finding the next $400,000 error?
Exactly.
And that's called a meritocracy. So anyway, it is what it is right now, and and of course it gets complicated, because what if you're on the eve of your longevity pay and then you change to the meritocracy, right? So there are groups that do this, compensation studies. They look at everything, and that might be something we want to look at.
Judge, if I may,
Mhm.
on this note, two things. One, our department performs, I'm sure, I don't know if most do or not, but every year we have employee review.
Reviews.
Every year.
No, you're one of the few.
And it does warrant the question from employees of, well,
What's the purpose?
I worked in another county where their method was the Commissioners Court allocated a certain percentage to that department, and probably the same percentage to every department. And it was up to the department heads and their supervisors to then allocate up to, let's say, 3% to the highest, and then down to 1% or 0, depending on their merit or their performance.
Right, and there's ways to do it. We just have to study it. And
Well, Tyler, I'm requesting that after we get through this budget cycle, that it be put on the agenda for us to discuss.
workshop maybe.
Yes.
something like that.
Like
Yeah.
the Commissioner was saying, some of the levels of the, because we have clerks all across the county that all pay the same, but not all clerks do the same function.
Yeah.
Some may be a lot better, and like, of course, the clerks in their office may do a lot more than the clerks in another division of that, but we're paying them all the same.
But we should reward good performance.
Yes,
It
yes.
should be merit.
And this was 15 or 20 years ago was when they brought this in, and our pay schedule was out of control, and all the stuff, like you're saying, the people were not doing evaluations, or they were giving their best friend raises all the time and not giving anybody else raises, so that's why they brought someone in and created
Civil
this.
service,
Yeah,
and civil service has different set of parameters, okay? So what works in the corporate field doesn't always work in civil service. So trust me, it was the first thing I asked when I got here, literally day 2. And I think having a workshop and really figuring out if there's anything we can do. But remember, it really will take the cooperation of every department head and elected, because the performance reviews are very, very tedious, and it's the only way to get to the meritocracy. And I just don't know. But I definitely agree with you, and I want to see if it's possible. And the only way to know that is to talk about it.
And Judge, you got to look at, the public looks at us and says, are you kidding me? We're paying these salaries and y'all are giving them to everybody, and you're not looking at merit, which the public has to look at merit. It's only fair to do that. That's how you keep good employees.
Yeah. I agree. It's a great workshop to have.
Probably wouldn't have nobody under 30,000 by now.
Homer, thank you again. Thanks to your team. And I didn't know you like Luis Miguel as much as I do. So great to see you.
Appreciate it.
Amazed.
We're going to take just a 2-minute break so everyone can stretch their legs and let the sheriff's department come on in and sit down, and let me get a chance to redo my notebook and get yours out. So it's nice we took a little break, because we've been through 4 different departments, and so we're warmed up. And we welcome you. And I would ask that Sheriff Hooper, will you be leading us this morning? Sounds great.
Your hats.
And of course, thanks to everybody for being here. Hi, Cynthia. Good morning.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Commissioners.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to turn it over to Cynthia, and she's going to keep us in line as we process through this.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Okay, our budget is up there. We're going to start with Department 3700, which is the Administrative Department. And I'm just going to go down the list of items that we are requesting, and when we get to some of the capital outlay items or some of the personnel changes, I am going to ask some of the captains to come up to give their explanation on why we need, or we are requesting certain things. The first item, the line item we are requesting an increase on is salaries of $50,000. If you look at the previous budget years, we have historically gone over on overtime. I know sometimes our unexpended salaries do take we move that into overtime when we go over both in the administration and in the jail. But due to personnel shortages and just the workload sometimes, we are requesting an increase in overtime in that department. The next department, line item that we are requesting an increase on is on office expenses and supplies. And we're only requesting $2,500 increase on this. And this is just to keep in line with the cost of items going up, supplies going up.
Are you going to go over all the new positions after you do this? Is that how you're going to do it?
Yes, sir, I was going to
Okay,
go just
that's fine.
on how the packet was. Is that how y'all want me to do it?
However you want to do it. It's just different on ours, and it's,
Oh, okay.
you're good. I'm just making sure. Go ahead.
Okay.
You're fine.
The next item, line item that we are requesting an increase on is maintenance and repair for equipment and vehicles. Our fleet is getting older. The high mileage on it is requiring us to do a whole lot more maintenance on these vehicles. So we are asking for an increase of $7,000 just to bring us up to $160,000, which we were in the previous year. We're asking for an increase of $5,000 to our maintenance and repair buildings and grounds, just because facilities need to be upgraded sometimes. The patio area out here in the sheriff's office, that comes out of this budget when we like to keep that up with plants and things like that.
And Cynthia, you've had an opportunity to visit with our engineers that are kind of going around that, around our facilities to talk about capital improvements?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to star everything and work with you offline. Anything that's going to look like an improvement, in addition to sending it to us, I want to make sure we send it to them. Okay? Okay, thank you. Only for infrastructure.
Yes, ma'am. We are requesting an increase of $5,000 for employee evaluations and testing. Due to the high turnover we have, we are sending more people to get psych tests, drug tests. All of that comes out of this budget item. We have made a change recently. We are now sending employees first to get a psych test. If they pass that, then we send them to get the physical. We were finding that people were failing one, and we were paying for the other one because they were going together. And so we've changed our procedure to now send them first to the psych. If they pass that, then we send them on, so we don't incur that extra cost if they don't pass the psych exam.
What was the first test? Psych?
The psychological evaluation.
Okay, I couldn't hear you.
So we are requesting an increase, but we have made an internal change on how we proceed with that to help us on that budget line item. We are requesting an increase of $14,150 under category 5410, which is other services and charges. And this is the category that includes all law enforcement supplies fall under this category. It doesn't list it that way, so it kind of looks like it's a miscellaneous category, but this is where all the law enforcement equipment and supplies come out of. So we're asking for an increase in that line item as well. And then the last line item that we're asking for an increase is $5,000 to our copier and print shop costs. Costs have gone up. We have talked to the print shop about adding another copier printer to our lease for the training department to help us out with all of the packets and training items that they have to print out and prepare. Any questions on
And
the?
Dell, we lease those through RICO?
Yes, we do.
So this is just really a new lease?
Well, they're asking for another additional copier on the ones they already have in the facility, so that would be additional cost when we bring in. We had first, the RICO would have to come in and determine the need for that. Then it would have to go through the committee to say whether this is a justifiable addition. And once it is, then they would get that, then it would be additional cost.
And when we say the committee, the purchasing?
There's a committee that you sit on with, I think it was Steve Tyre might be the case, and there was someone in purchasing that goes through the process and goes through to determine whether it's a valuable request for another copier.
And you need this copier right now?
Yes, we've actually started looking at it and have talked to RICO since last year.
I say we might be able to work on this now.
Yes.
It may not have to be a budget request if we can, if
Add it
it's
to the lease,
justifiable,
yes.
we could maybe,
And when Elsa was still here, Elsa was part of our
Right.
conversation, and I believe Michael is aware of the fact that we are looking to add a copier /
okay.
printer.
I'm gonna mark that down as a Michael discussion.
I'm gonna go back a step. That other services and charges you said was for enforcement equipment?
Yeah.
Is that the only thing that comes out of there?
No, it's a really big
The
all-encompassing.
service charge right now, they have their insurance expense to cover the insurance costs that we have. That's where MetroCom comes out of. And that's where your membership dues and certifications, where the majority of your cost comes out of.
Yes.
Well, to me, it would be real important to have a column that said equipment for our officers, because that's so important. So to me, it doesn't tell me how much we're even spending on them to get the things that they need.
Right.
If all those other costs are included. Just a suggestion.
Okay, Cynthia, go, that's the 14,150, right?
Yes, that was the 14,150, and then the 5,000 for the copier.
Okay, so the total is
88,650.
Okay.
And that's what we're asking for, an increase to our budget, to the budget line items.
Okay, do we want to move on to salaried positions now?
Yes. Actually, in my packet, the next items are the capital outlay items, and non-capital outlay items.
Fine, we
You
can
want to go
move
there,
there.
or to,
I just need to get that page in front of me, but let's go on there.
okay. One of the items we are asking for is for a 20 by 16 building for storage evidence, and I'm going to have our captain of CID come up and explain the need for this to you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Captain.
County Judge, Commissioners, thanks for letting us come in here and do our little presentation. We're proposing a building 20 by 16, and this is for handling evidence. Now, it's not regular evidence, it's blood evidence, which means is that when the item is wet, when our investigators go out to a scene and investigate one of these major crimes, they must handle this evidence, the clothing, on a victim, and it must be handled properly. Now, it's got to be handled in a systematic manner where all legal aspects of the law are followed and our chain of custody is maintained. So our labs currently do not accept a wet item. So if it's wet, which is bloodied, it must be properly dried. It must be in a protected area where it is properly dried. We don't have that facility. We've never had that. Like I said, our labs will not take it if it's wet, so we must dry it. So I remember several years ago, before I joined the sheriff's office, I was working for another law enforcement agency, and I took it home and I hung it in my porch. And I lived out near the Nueces River, so I wasn't aware of the varmints out there, the possums and the raccoons and other varmints, and it was gnawed. It was a raccoon that actually gnawed on the piece of evidence. It could probably cause problems in the future if you do that. So our guys, what do? They currently have a wooden table. They have to line it with butcher paper, and they have to put it inside the office where it's not properly ventilated, it's not being dried, so it takes a long time to get it done. And we run into contamination, problems with cross-contamination for it to get analyzed, but also communicable diseases. We have hepatitis C, we have HIV, and I'm going to make recently, when we had this crash that involved the 19 illegal immigrants, 6 died at the scene. We were fortunate enough that we did not actually handle that. We had an assistant agency, so they took all that evidence. We weren't equipped to handle all their bloody clothing, and we find out that some of them had hepatitis C and had HIV. So this causes a problem. We don't have that. The sheriff's office, handles all major crimes in the county currently. And I'm talking about homicides, aggravated assaults, aggravated robbery, aggravated sexual assaults. Last year, a little over a year ago, we investigated a double homicide on Bulchuck up by London Estates. We had to handle and properly take the evidence, custody of the evidence. So that was a problem. Here recently, we worked a aggravated assault at the Oscar Ortiz Park in Robstown. We handled that It was a bloody mess with the victim who was stabbed and almost lost his life. Deer Lane, we had another aggravated robbery where a victim was shot in the stomach. Again, we had wet, bloody clothing. We're not equipped. We don't have the place to properly handle this evidence. So we're asking for a 20 by 16 building. It must be climate controlled, and we must have must be properly secured. And we need to buy a dryer that goes with it, and the dryer will cost us in the vicinity of between $4,000 and $8,000 to go with it.
Where would you put this building?
Right now, we're looking at the McKinsey Annex, where we have it fenced in, and it'll be properly secured, and we're looking at that.
And the total cost, I'm struggling here to find it on here.
We've
On the screen, Judge.
Yeah, I know, I just wanted to see where it was here.
We
so I
had
can make my notes.
an estimate of $75,000 for the building, and I'm looking at stainless steel tables, some bins, some shelving. So it could be a little more than that, a little less, a little more.
Are you thinking of buying a prefab building, 20 by 16? Or are you thinking about building it?
We will go the cheapest route.
Uh-huh.
But
And,
again,
and there's no other facility here in Corpus where we could have an interlocal? The
no,
police,
we
the
used to
police
get
don't?
assistance from the police department, but they're full up. I mean,
Yeah,
they're
they have
saying
no room.
that they're overloaded.
Right.
They're not taking.
This is just for I'm thinking right now. You know, there's some discussion, actually is on the agenda to discuss medical examiner's office. I'm wondering if maybe this is a quick short-term fix, but if we were to have a brand-new an ME office, I think there might be
That would
some,
be adequate.
I think it'd be adequate, and not only that, it'd be state-of-the-art. I mean, quite frankly, everything you're telling me is a criminal defense lawyer's dream. You just lost the chain of custody and, quite frankly, completely compromised all the evidence. I'm not even sure I want to hear any of this. I just want to go, don't tell me that. So I think that maybe a really good result might be an ME location. I like the idea because they deal with toxicology and, I don't know.
But of course, like you said, chain of custody,
Yeah.
then we would have to change.
I know, that's the only concern I have too. Okay, it's very interesting. I think I'm gonna ask you to even get a little deeper dive just on this, since this is so important. I think I want you to supplement, if you can, more info about that building. In other words, go ahead and get a cost estimate for a prefab. I mean, I don't know, that seems really cheap.
Yeah.
Really, really cheap. I think we might have to, you can work with, I'll get Michael Robinson, I'll send him a little note.
Good.
And ask him to maybe reach out to you and look at that. If we decide to do this, because it's in the interest of, your office and our, right, in the interest of justice, then I think that we need to be really certain as to what all those parameters are. In other words, I might want to see a cost estimate complete just for that building.
We need the
Including
inside
everything.
as well. Yeah, the inside as well, Judge, right?
I mean, yeah, like everything, like stainless steel tables, like the dryer, the locks, I mean, just, right, everything.
Yes.
I
So-
can't believe we've gone all these years like that. We are so ancient. It's embarrassing.
Right. The sheriff made a little observation yesterday, and I just want to mention this. He said, in 1981, he said, when I worked here, and I'm talking about Sheriff Hooper, he said, there was 2 deputies to cover Agua Dulce to Port Aransas. He said, in 2019, there's still 2 deputies to cover Agua Dulce. So we're expanding, we have a population explosion, and yet we don't have enough people to take care of or service
Right.
the citizens of Nueces County.
And I'll tell you, once again, Cynthia, if you could help, this is a CIP, like high priority. This is so Lan, the engineers that reached out to you, and I'm making notes too. It's not like I'm not going to give you backup here, but we're doing a capital improvement plan, and anything having to do with infrastructure needs to be over there. And then, of course, this would get, in my mind, I have my own rating system, and I'm going to rate this obviously the highest. So, but if they don't know about it, it's not going to get on that plan. So, okay. Anything else here that you want to tell us about? Is that your piece of
I
it?
think I've covered it.
Okay,
Thank
thank
Judge.
you.
Thank you.
And it's climate controlled, correct? This is the climate controlled.
The price that we've asked for is essentially the shell.
Yeah, that's what I see.
Begin the dialogue of the need for this. So the price that you're seeing is just basically a prefab shell. It's a
And Maria Bedia, if you're listening on this lovely remote TV, please look for grants for this. There's no doubt that this is a really, I don't know, Cynthia, if y'all have explored any granting opportunity here, but this might be something that we can reach out to.
And I hope when we're getting the price that we're not trying to reinvent the wheel, that we're talking to others on how theirs are set up, and that we're just not trying to plan this ourselves.
Yeah, I would just reach out, Captain, where'd he go? Oh, sorry, my eyes,
You know what I can say?
Yeah.
In court is, in my time with PD here recently, like the last 5 years, they did a major upgrade to the ventilation hood that they use for blood DNA evidence, storage, processing, preservation. And it is an expensive thing at the scale that CCPD had to do it at. It was an expensive operation. And CCPD, for major events like the incident in Robstown or the Balchuck, they're there for us, right? But it's the day-to-day criminal investigations that we do, the constables.
but they're not there for us.
Constables don't do it, we do it. Nueces County Sheriff's Office is responsible for the investigation of these crimes all the way to prosecution. And when they involve blood evidence, when they involve wet DNA evidence, that evidence is worthless unless it is processed meticulously as per protocol by DPS and by the
Right.
court.
And
That's what this is all
Yeah,
about.
and Captain, not to scare us on price, but I'm also going to have to, of course, obviously we're Hurricane City here, so, Hurricane Alley rather is on the coast, Gulf Coast. So this is a building that it's going to have to be wind rated. And it also is going to have a generator associated with it, because if we go outside climate control, it's not worth anything. So elevation, all the things, I remember, I think it was Ike, that the Houston Medical Center lost so much of their samples. And that was not a criminal justice issue, but it was a very good lesson. So I think on best practices, maybe look, if you could, why don't you do a little research and reach out to Galveston. They're a good comparable. See what they've got. If they have something we can look at, that'd be a good comparison. Matagorda, Fort Bend, they're a lot like us. Hidalgo, you don't have to go to the big urbans, because they're totally different. But take some of those and reach out to them and see if any of them, Cynthia, or whoever's going to be in charge, if anyone's done it recently. That could really help us. It'll save you time. But if you really want to get in this budget cycle, I'm going to need something a lot deeper than that 75. Okay, thank you. Where to next?
The next item on our request form is we're asking for 4 patrol units. And I'm going to have our captain of patrol come up. These patrol units go hand in hand with the personnel request that we're also making. So I'm going to have him come talk about the patrol cars and then bring up the personnel requests that we're.
In other words, the cars aren't needed unless there's the personnel. They're symbiotic.
They're
together.
actually needed to replace others.
So they do stand alone.
Yes, they do
Okay.
stand alone. And then if we get the
personnel
that we need, we also need more cars for that as well.
Okay.
At this point, we're only requesting the 4 that need to replace existing ones.
I understand. Got it.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
I'm going to hand out a packet to you that's a little bit more detailed than what you have. I was privileged enough to come before you a couple years ago and ask for some employees, and really and truly, we still need that amount. We're way behind. But I know that's a unrealistic amount to ask for. To ask for 25 deputies at one time is a bit much. In the packet that before you, of course, table of contents in front, the first thing you're going to look at is a proposal, the budget proposal. And then you can have 6 attachments. The first is a current manpower chart, our schedule, different patrol beats, 3 different shift summaries, which is generated daily, manpower needed chart, and then the proposed manpower chart. We'll start off just by stating we still currently have 23 personnel in patrol. That's including myself and lieutenant to cover 838 square miles of land and 327 square miles of water. As Captain Garza was saying, we handle all calls out there for the county. We're the 911 for the county, from burglaries to sexual assaults, murders, suicides, missing persons, livestock calls, to whatever. Our deputies currently conduct in between 50 to 100 law enforcement calls per day, driving in between 1,800 to 4,700 miles in a month. From year 2018, there's been a population increase of over 48,000, and estimated 6.45% of the total population live outside the city limits of Corpus Christi. The division also has 1,524 lane miles of county to cover, and including assisting cities and working in the cities: Agua Dulce, Banquete, Robstown, Bishop, Driscoll, Petronila, Chapman Ranch area, Port Aransas, beach area, and the National Seashore. On the bottom of page 1 of the proposal, I just threw a little bit of mileage down here to give you an idea the length of roadways in the county. Of course, and I don't know if you knew this, but our longest roadway in the county is FM 70. It's 55 miles long from one end to the other. We also respond to numerous parks and subdivisions. And actually, the ones that I put on here on page 2 and 3, that's the most common. There's actually over 130 of them in the county. In 2004, 15 years ago, the patrol division was literally cut in half. We lost 25 positions. Population in the county over the years have grown every year, but the Sheriff's Office Patrol Division has not increased at all in 15 years. I put a copy of our schedule in there just to kind of show you what I do to make it look like we have more people. We work average of 10.75 hours per day, and that we have 3 shifts, so there's 3 shifts that overlap. And this overlapping time is during the busy times of the day to make it look like we have twice as many people. But whenever we're out there and that overlapping shift's not there, it's only 3 deputies, or 2 deputies and a sergeant for the whole county. And that's if everybody's working, nobody's sick or on vacation.
Captain, can I just ask you real quick, on the statement on that first page where it says 23,366 people that rely on the sheriff's office to keep them and their property safe, how many of those also are covered by constables? Because I know there's been...
Well, the constables handle the civil process part. The 911 part in the county, that's the sheriff's office. We get dispatched to every call.
Okay, but they patrol from what they tell us. Don't know if that's right, but that's what they tell us. Is that not correct? I mean, I'm not saying they're supposed to be or they are. I'm not trying to get into debate. I'm just saying that's what they tell us they do.
Commissioner, some do.
Some, okay, all right. Go ahead.
Just to get it back to where it was 15 years ago, we'd need 24 deputies and another lieutenant. I believe, in my opinion, what we need is 21 deputies and 1 lieutenant position. But that's not what I'm asking for this year. I'm asking for 1/3 of that. I'm asking for 6 deputies, and with 6 deputies, that would only be 1 deputy per shift. So 1 more deputy out all the time. And 1 lieutenant, where there would be a lieutenant out all the time, in case we need somebody out there to make those difficult decisions, and 4 patrol cars to cover those 7 people. More and more, these days. The calls are family violence or violent crimes. We really need the manpower out there. Not only we need it, but the citizens in the county need it. And I just want to thank y'all for listening to this request. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer your questions.
What happens if you have a domestic call? And, I mean, you guys are spread out. What happens? Because one person going by themselves, that's just not safe.
Well, it's not safe, but
So what happens? Do y'all call and you wait for them to get there, or you go in alone?
no, ma'am. Sometimes that happens if they're close together, but most time, no, they go.
Hmm.
They have to.
That's dangerous. I mean, we're hearing of more getting killed all the time, and, I mean, I think that should be a priority for the county.
I would think you would call for backup, I mean, for, whether it be constables or sheriff, or police or whatever. I mean, it's only right for an officer to say, if it's a call that you can wait and call for backup, I mean, that'd be a wise thing to do.
Well, and I wanted to get your thoughts on this. I know there's been a lot of good discussion for many years, but I think it's ripe now. We formed a committee, and we're really looking into it, and that's courthouse security. And I'm 100% committed to making certain that our courthouse is safe for everybody. But I also know that we're going to need to staff that. And so I'm wondering if, with some of these additional officers, if you think that that also might play a role, Sheriff.
Yeah, you know what, in this whole conversation here, when it comes to the uniform patrol function, the Nueces County Sheriff's Office comes down to vision. It comes down to what does a sheriff, I'll tell you what the sheriff wants as far as uniform patrol in Nueces County, and that's easy for me to say, but ultimately, what does the county judge and the commissioners, what is their vision for uniform patrol in the county of Nueces? And the issue of the constables was brought up, and Robert made the statement, you know, when Sheriff worked here in 1981, there were 2 patrol deputies out there at the county at any given time, and it's true. And here we are in 2019, and there's 2 patrol deputies out there at any given time. I was aware of the movement towards a countywide law enforcement patrol function, a sufficient one, 14 years ago, where it swelled to 50, but that immediately came back down because, like Commissioner Chesney said, some of the elected constables have assumed patrol responsibilities in their precincts. And they do that for good reason. Number one, community-oriented policing beliefs, right, that they want to take care of the people in their precinct, but also they're elected officials, and it benefits them to have their public servants out there making those calls. I get it. But in their constitutional obligation is to serve that JP court. That's what they should be doing. And this is a sheriff saying this. You'll hear different from them. But that's what they should be doing. They should be adequately serving that JP court in the courtroom, making sure that that courtroom environment is safe, that JP court as a bailiff, but also serving those papers. And in my opinion as a sheriff, that law enforcement, proactive and reactive patrol function for Nueces County should belong to the sheriff. And I should have sufficient patrol officers to adequately patrol and respond to 911 calls in all of the unincorporated areas of Nueces County. And that means give me some of those deputy constable positions under my command, under our command, and we will adequately cover Nueces County. We are blessed with numerous excellent employees, first responders who want to go out there and do the job every single day. When I came on as a sheriff, they didn't have radar detection material. They didn't have radar in their car, and they were begging for it. They were begging for the opportunity to be full service law enforcement officers, first responders. We got them that. They're looking to work, but we need to support them in their efforts. We need to support them with the manpower. Captain Lober talked about the volume of calls. Well, what is more important, and I know this from my history in municipal policing, what is more important is response time. And in the city, they say an 8-minute response. In the city of Corpus Christi, think about that. They say an 8-minute response time is adequate. Well, it's not. It's not, but that's the national standard, 8-minute. We'd be blessed to have an 8-minute response time to Agua Dulce or to Driscoll or Banquete. We'd be blessed to have that kind of response time. And we need to get there. We need to start working towards that. And I realize it's not going to happen with this one budget session, but we definitely need to start making steps in that direction. That's my vision, and I hope you share that.
Well, you said constables under your control. Is that allowed?
They wouldn't be constables anymore. They'd be
They would be
deputy
sheriffs. Oh,
Yeah.
I got you.
I'm talking about the manpower. I'm talking about
Yeah.
the salary paycheck would now be under it would be our employee instead of, and I realize that's gonna be a heck of a fight for y'all, and they're not gonna, of course, they're not gonna hear that coming from the sheriff, right? But, bottom line is, in the perfect world, the sheriff should be controlling the first responder function in the unincorporated areas of Nueces County.
And Judge, he raises a very, very good point, and and I know you have, and I'm not just meaning to address this to you in general terms. I mean, there have been articles written about this, and I think you're correct, Sheriff. The Constitution is very clear on what the constables should be doing and what the sheriff should be doing. And for whatever reason, in Texas, not just in Nueces County, the constable's duties have been allowed to be expanded, and it is a difficult situation because in a perfect world, I think you're right. And it's whether or not this court wants to take on the political battle that will entail in dealing with those constables who feel very territorial about what they do and how they do it, and they do it well. I mean, there's no criticism of what they do or how they do it, but I agree with you. If you read the Constitution in Constitution, if you interpret it, I mean, they're supposed to serve citations and serve the JP courts. But again, it's not just this county. If you look at constables all over the state, it's happened, and it makes it a really tough situation because let's say, and I don't know what the number is, but let's say there's 10 of those deputies across the county or those constables across the counties that could be reallocated to the sheriff's office and then scale back what the constables do. That's probably the right thing to do. And I don't know if the number's right? I'm just saying as an example. But it's a big picture that, and I say to the judge because it's going to be one of those things where it's going to take a lot of political capital to get something like that done, but it's the right thing to do. It's just a very, very difficult right thing to do. So I appreciate your comments, and I don't disagree.
Certainly, and I agree with you. I do not doubt their commitment, their devotion to their geographic area and to their precinct and to the accountability that they have to the residents in their precinct. I don't question that one bit, but an element of it all is the ability to process a major crime scene, like Captain Garza was saying earlier.
Right.
They don't have that ability. They don't have the skill set. They don't have the assets. We do, and we will develop more of it as the lead law enforcement agency in this county. And so that's another element of it is the assets and the follow-up, the initial investigation at a crime scene. Yeah, they're just as capable as doing that as any of our deputies. But where do you go from there? Does that investigation of a major crime then get passed off to us or to another agency? And so that's where that unification of authority needs to come in.
And I don't know, maybe you can, I'm not trying to put it on you, but maybe you can meet with the constable. It's just a tough deal. I get it. And I've got two of the most active, and I'm not saying others don't, I'm not trying to get into it, but I've got two of the most active constables around, and they're out there patrolling, and they're doing it, and they're doing a great job, and they got great people, and man, I love them to death, but it's a very difficult issue.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
I think they all do a good job, and there are constables, Sheriff, that is not about papers either. They're out there, they do a lot of traffic, a lot of interdictions, that's just mainly their job. Mostly, especially up there in Bishop, it's not about papers out there. It's really about interdiction and about traffic and about everything else. And I know that Constable Rivera, in terms of backup, they back up 100% if they have to, so any calls that they get. So, I think it's just we're working together, with the constables, and I know the statute says the priority, their number one priority is to serve the JP courts or serve papers or any court. But I think the second priority for them will be they have also law enforcement officers, so they have to act and react to things that happen out there. And I think if there's a call for backup, I'm sure that they'll be out there backing you up. So, how many do, you take away from each constable to, we have to look, how many do we need to serve all those papers and bring, and try to get everything done for the courts? Because it's like I said, it's really gonna be a tough thing to do, to look at and say, okay, how many do we cut here? How many do we cut here? Or how many do we give you instead of cutting, how many do we give you?
Yeah,
So-
cutting's definitely not the right word. It would be reallocating.
Right.
Right. I want to go back to resources and the discussion of, you and I both sort of have the same time frame here. How are you doing on resources now? You said, hey, I made sure that there was radar. I know we had the iPads, put in the vehicles. Where are you now? What is your goal to get adequate resources for?
We're doing better.
Okay.
And we'll continue to move in that direction. I think there has been significant improvement,
Okay.
especially in the patrol function with
Right.
material, and we found different ways of doing that through grants.
Okay.
And through, but
So you feel like you're doing pretty good then on that
We're
right
doing
now?
better.
We're doing better.
moving
Okay.
forward.
Okay. Well, I know there's more presentations, so I want to keep us moving, but let me just say that, and I was really addressing this to everybody in the room, captains, deputies, sheriff. It's very obvious, as I've sat through now multiple weeks of budget, that the story is the same. For the last 12 to 15 years, we've been at a complete stagnation. And what I want you to understand is that when we do develop a plan, and I'm committed to changing that direction, because it's unhealthy for our county in almost every manner, it will not happen in one cycle. It cannot. That would also be detrimental to our county. But I can tell you that the direction and the winds have completely changed, and you need to have faith. I know that's hard, because faith you cannot see. You have to feel it. But I am, as I sit here in this chair, I have a strong, I think, connection to the vision that your sheriff is espousing right now, and I think we need to make that our goal. But I just want you to know that the reality is that you don't change 12 to 15 years of direction in 1 year, because that can have it's like the volatility in the stock market. If you go too much the other way, it shakes up everything in a negative direction. And so I want to thank you, Captain, for seeing that and presenting that it's really a goal of 20, but that you're asking for, a 6, a percentage of that. And that's a good, at least that's a good start, because it shows that we're realistic on both sides, right? And we'll see what we're able to do once we look at everything. But I think it's really important that you know that I am not a believer in the way we have been doing things. And that's not a criticism. It's just the way it is. And so don't see it as such. It's just, we tried something and it's not working for the health of our county in so many ways. And I'm very interested in this particular concept that I didn't know anything about, which is evidence, this incredible need. And I can tell you that's going to rise top of my list on CIP, along with the medical examiner's office, by the way, which is a separate issue. But I'm saying there are things that, you're talking about the prosecution of cases that cannot be handled effectively, in my mind, without this type of storage facility. So I'm really appreciative to know about that. Okay, do we want to transition now, Cynthia?
We do have 4 more positions that we've asked for.
Okay.
Aside from patrol, that are with court security, and you brought that up earlier. Have Captain Garcia here to discuss that if you want to.
Captain, come on up. We started just 5 minutes late, so I'm going to give you extra, and you're not over yet, so you're good.
Okay, in requesting, good morning,
Good morning.
Commissioners.
Good morning.
Garcia. In upgrading the court security, that would secure the tower, absolutely. I'm requesting 4 extra deputies to do court security. The ATV would be outside at all times, because right now it goes out every once in a while taking care of the parking lot, because we have a lot of vandalism. We have a lot of break-ins into the vehicles, as much as for the the employees, the public that comes in. So we would have the ATV roaming all the parking lots, if we had that. Eliminate the panhandlers and the homeless, secure all the entrances. That would allow, if we have those extra 4 deputies, that would allow my warrant officers to execute and work out in the street, not calling them in if in case we need something at the courthouse. We already have the security in the courthouse. You know, the population that enters our courthouse monthly is 10,000 plus. We have that much traffic that goes up the tower. That doesn't mean the first floor. We have, in 2018, we did bailiff hours of 2,513 hours. Security hours, we did 2,456 hours. Right now, 2019, from January to May, bailiff hours, we already had 1,424 hours. And security hours, we've had already 1,008 hours. Any questions? That would take care of if we hired the 4 extra deputies to do the court security. I know we're gonna upgrade court security, so we probably need more for the entrances, the outside, and all that. Any questions?
These are mainly daytime positions because of the operation of the
Yes,
court.
that would be the operation that we handle, yes.
And did you go over the mental commitments already?
No, I haven't, I'm going.
Okay, let's do that.
I'm requesting for 2 mental health officers, and those officers would do all the mental warrants and transfer to Spawn, Shoreline, MMC, Bay Area, and Bayview when the mental commitments come in. Officers would stay with the patient until they're accepted in the hospital. This process takes 45 minutes to an hour at all times because the hospital is busy, so they would take that much time from the officers. So the mental health officers would take care of this. Instead of my officers, the warrant officers that are executing warrants would be on the street, they wouldn't be bothered. They would also transfer patients to SASH, which is the San Antonio State Hospital, Austin Hospital, or McAllen Hospital, depending who has room for these patients, we would transfer. And the officers, the mental health officer would take them too. They also serve the protective, order of protective custody, which the judge signs those commitments so that they can go to court, and if they're committed to the SASH, et cetera. Officers would be afforded to the opportunity of attending the CIT training, the crisis intervention. Mental health warrants that we received in 2017 was 215. That's almost 1 per day. Sometimes we get 2 or 3. 2018, we've had 213. 2019, from January to July, we've had already 105 mental commitments. We also have SASH trips that we take. 2016, we had 49 SASH trips. 2017, we had 33. In 2018, we had 24. And right now, from January to June, we've already had 14.
Captain, just for my own, I'm working on several committees where behavioral health is at the forefront.
Mhm.
Do you think maybe you could get me the direction of those 105 to date? In other words, I want to know where they went. That would help me on another matter. How many current mental health officers do we have? None.
It's going to be our warrant officers. They do it. We pull them off the street from working.
I see.
felony warrants. We pull them out. They do that. And sometimes they waste from 45 minutes to 2 hours at the hospital waiting for them to be accepted by the hospital.
Right.
They lose that time in working warrants.
Yeah, I have an idea for that, but it may not be it may not be this county's budget, but I have an idea for that. Let me turn to my commissioners. Would you all like to start with questions, Ms. Vaughn?
I just have one. Out of all those mental health that come in there, are a lot of those homeless? What's the majority? They're not?
The homeless are done by CCPD.
Mm-hmm.
They have a unit. They have a CIT unit, and they
Okay.
bring those. We work the mental commitments that are signed by our judges.
Wow.
And there's hardly any state beds, so.
Right. We have to find we have to find beds. Yes. And sometimes it takes 2 or 3 days before we can transport them to the different hospitals, state hospitals, which is McAllen, Austin, San Antonio. Sometimes it's even Webb County.
John, do you have any? Brent?
I'm fine.
Hey, Judge, if I may.
Absolutely.
This goes hand in hand with what the discussion we've been having with
Right.
MHID.
Right.
And we were real close. I thought we were real close to having some help from MHID.
Yeah.
With a couple of assigned crisis intervention officers and a patrol car. I thought, but this goes like this with our budget request. Your question earlier, we have numerous officers that are trained in crisis intervention.
Yes, we do.
In dealing with a citizen that is in full-blown mental crisis. And when CCPD or your first responders in the city deal with that, they normally forcibly, if necessary, take that person for help using a warrantless emergency commitment order where you don't go before a judge just based on that peace officer's authority and ability. They can take somebody and get them help. But what we're dealing with here in the sheriff's office is family members and concerned parties who go before a magistrate or a judge and get a warrant to be served on somebody where deputies have to go to their house, knock on the door and forcibly, if necessary, take them for help. And that's a burden the county has, the sheriff's office has, that the city doesn't have. The city doesn't do that. We do that, and we do it at a fairly high volume. And it's a time-consuming, it's a very delicate situation. You can't rush through one of these things, or you're going to have a critical incident. You're going to have a tragedy if you rush through one of these. So it is time-consuming, and it's something that we need to put together with MHID, if at all possible. and
I
make this
totally
happen.
agree. I want you just to remember July 16th, and there's going to be a big meeting at the hospital district, and Sheriff, if you have a chance, join me over there, and I think you're going to see that we're well on our way to try to create at least a start on how we're going to get a hold of this. But I like it because at least I know what the dollars are, and I didn't know what the dollars were. I knew that there might be a way to find funding, but now I can say, okay, this is what the dollars actually are that would require. And I'm a big believer in CIT for everybody. Anybody who's a peace officer, if you're not CIT, I mean, I'll make sure that we get those resources.
We are moving in that direction.
Everybody needs to have it. And you know what? That's for people with behavioral health and people who don't have behavioral health. Because you can be behavioral health for the 24 hours that you are inebriated or, or just mad or whatever. I mean, CIT is good for all of us, including our own personal lives. It's a really important tool. And it's what we're recognizing now that's going to be the difference in litigation. Remember? We have duties to make sure that we don't hurt people too, and you have to be trained. So, let's see. So we've gone over, let me just double check it. We've gone over the mental commitments, the courthouse security, and the patrols. Okay. Cynthia, anything else?
For Department 3700, and I hate to say this, but we have two more departments to present
Yes,
to
but
you.
we can move away from this.
Yes.
Okay.
If there are no more questions on Department 3700,
Okay, I'll move away from that and take us to 3710.
3710 is the department for our identification department. And we are not asking for any line item increases. We are asking for some non-capital outlay equipment and for a reclassification, and I'll have Captain Whitmore come up and speak to you guys.
And then Teresa, is senior clerk unique to the jail, or is this going to affect countywide? Countywide. Okay, I need to mark that on there. That's just for me, Captain. Just go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Looking to reclassify one ID clerk position to a senior clerk 2 position. I've come before Commissioners Court in the past several years asking for this position to be reclassified, and I've always gotten positive response. Just nothing's changed. The ID clerk that I'm trying to get reclassified has been with our agency for 28 years. She's integral in our operations. She assists with our CJIS reporting for the jail to make sure that we maintain our 90%. She's our training officer. If she was a training officer for corrections, she'd be getting a stipend, but she doesn't get that within ID because she's a civilian. She's one of our subject matter experts for Odyssey Jail. She assists in preparing the uniform crime report that we have to maintain each month. And she's also the only other person in this section besides myself who can testify on fingerprints in court as an expert witness. When we do this for the DA's office, we do it free of charge. We save the DA's office fees for being expert witnesses. And I see the negligible increase of $3,400 in the salary. I think we can pretty much assume that we'd be a lot more expensive as expert witnesses.
Yes. Well, and for those, I'm new, but CJIS got my attention early on, and I want to thank you because we have met the 90% mark, but one of the things that scared me, I guess it was maybe last Thursday or Friday, is I've been on Tyner, get me a letter that says we've made it. And you know why they won't do it is because they're worried about your office. And I know, and I just want to say thank you because we're going to be working together until the end of this month to make sure that there's not any new entries that could change that 90%. So you don't have to tell me how important this person is. Please take me over there, come physically walk me over there and let me say thank you to the senior clerk because, she's not a senior clerk, right? Yes, she is. No, she's not. What do we call her right now? Just a clerk? Well, she's a superstar in my book because this CJIS affects us countywide. And, but I do want to make sure we get through that July 31st. She'll be like an Olympic gold superstar if she gets me through July 31st and no problems because really your office it's hinging on your office. And I don't know if everyone really understands how important this person is. So, so this senior clerk, Teresa, would be helpful for the court maybe to figure out if we've already had other requests for the same, or is this the first of its kind?
This senior clerk is already at 15A, so there would be no adjustment countywide. This would be changing from an ID clerk to senior clerk. So
I appreciate that.
Countywide.
That'll make a big difference. Thank you.
Already have senior clerks at that level.
Thank you. So what we're looking for then is,
Just converting the one ID clerk to a senior clerk too.
so can I assume that it's minimal at 3,400 then?
Correct.
And how many years have you been asking for this?
At least the last 5 commissioners.
Yeah, I try not to use sarcasm, but I just did. I just want everyone to know that. That's unbelievable. Okay, I try to take that, throw it away now. I'm done with it.
Good idea.
That's, commissioners, that's just not right.
I think, what happened last year, that position and others that we recognized needed to be improved. And I don't know if y'all were watching that meeting, but it was hard for me to keep connected to what we were cutting and what we weren't. I mean, it just became a total mess because we were trying to get to our bottom line. And I'm not making excuses for not supporting that. But I'm saying that out loud for myself and for all of us in the process that we need to be careful because when we try to get to that balanced budget at the end of this cycle, we got to be careful with what we're cutting because we just started whacking away till we got to that number. And then we said, okay, departments, this is the percentage you got to cut and bring it back to us. And so we made a lot of decisions that we had to get us to where we were at. But in the process, we lost a lot of positions that, like you said, it's not that much of a difference to add on. But that we, as a result of our actions,
Well, if the person, I agree, if the person that's literally the difference between over hundreds of millions of dollars worth of grants, who's been here for 28 years, has asked for $3,400, I expect the staff to tell me how stupid I am that we're not doing this. And I mean it. I mean, this is where we have to make good business decisions.
Actually, she's not asking for it, I am.
Well, I know. That's even, yeah. Well, and I'm sure if I ran a compensation study, which I don't have the time or dollars for, we would show that, she's highly, deserves a lot more. Exactly. So enough said. How can we move on? Where's your next request, Ms. Cynthia?
Actually, the rest I have is non-capital outlays.
Okay.
They're minimal, it's just we need to replace 3.
Right.
Fingerprint taking slabs, the ones that we have are.
Right.
10 years old. And then a postmortem fingerprint.
Right.
To assist with the DA, or the DA's office in the district.
Right. Well, would you please let her know that the judge thanks her for the CJIS work that she's doing and I monitor it every day. Every day I get a report on my desk. And I'm dying. I don't know why we can't get over 90 because we've been turning like 12 to 15, 16 cases a day. And I don't understand, Tyner, why we're not moving higher. I want us to be at 92 for a little cushion. And Maggie, I know you're listening, so text it to my phone. I want to know where we are right now today, because we're real close to 91%. But again, they won't give me a certification because they're waiting for you guys.
They wait till the end of the cycle.
Yeah. So I'm worried that, somebody will have to, so I want everyone to be on full throttle. It means nothing to me that we've reached 90. It's a false 90. We have to keep pushing. I mean, it needs to be as high as we can. So will you please thank her for me? Okay, thanks.
Your Honor, those items that they're requesting on the capital outlay as non-capital, they should go ahead and submit a request to our purchasing agent. We could probably get that this year.
Will you follow up with that with Michael, please? That way, when it comes off, it makes your budget look better, your request. So it's real important that you do it before we get these numbers again. Because Commissioner Modis is right. I mean, you start looking at 50 departments and the water gets muddy. Cynthia, where are we?
We are done with 3710 if you
Okay.
all have no more questions on that. And we're moving on to 3720, which is our jail.
Okay.
In the jail, the first line item we're asking for an increase on is our overtime. This is the same line item we ask for an increase every year. If you look at the history of the actual that was spent, we're looking at 1.6 million and 1.9 million in the previous years. We're budgeted 992,000. We're asking for an increase of 800,000 to bring us just to 1.7, and that'll still be less than what we actually used last year.
I'm sorry, Cynthia, just give me 1 second. I got to catch up.
Yes, ma'am.
Got it. Okay. So let's talk, so that overtime, okay.
Yes. And Chief Arnold will come up here in a little bit, and he'll elaborate a little bit more on the need for this line item.
Okay.
The next line item we're asking for is an increase of $20,000 in our office expenses and supplies. And just to let you know, office expenses it's like the category from the other one earlier. It's kind of deceiving. There are items that are in this code. All the toiletries for the jail, paper towels, toilet paper, feminine products, all of those items come out of office supplies. So while it looks like we're spending $190,000 on paper clips and pins, it's actually deceiving because it's titled office
And do
supplies.
you use procurement for that, or do you procure yourself? Do you use Michael's office?
We use Michael's office,
Okay.
yes. Now, there are some items that we do have to go outside, but we go through Michael's office to procure those.
Okay.
And we're asking for an increase of $40,000. That's for the food and kitchen. That's our, we have the contract with Airmark for that. We don't budget every bed, every meal, every day, so we always end up going over. So we're asking for an increase on that because we always end up having to do a budget change order at the end of the year to just fulfill what we're feeding the inmates.
And I'm not arguing, I just noticed, though, that you beat your budget, though, in last year, in 17-18. You did come under budget.
Because we move money to it. This is the adopted budget.
That's not the amended budget.
Okay, so help me out,
Adopted
Lisa.
budget, that's not the working budget, therefore she did come under budget.
Yeah, she looks like she did.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm not punishing you for it, it's excellent. All I'm saying is that when I see a history, the way I like to look at budgets is what I look for is history. So I'm going to ask Lisa in this case, in order to get you the right number. I don't doubt you because you don't want a budget change order, but in my world, if you're looking at 2 years consistently that you've come under budget, that's your right number, okay? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that you can't come back to us for a budget order, but I'm trying to get the right number. So Lisa, or Teresa, on that one, I'm going to want to see 2016, 2017 and look at it.
And also.
But your jail pop could be higher.
And that's what I said, we took
I have
into
to see that.
consideration the current
I-
year's jail population, which has
I got it.
went talk about.
This is where me being a math geek actually helps you. Okay, I got it.
And then we're asking for an extra $20,000 for our maintenance and repair equipment and vehicle. The same thing with our vehicles in patrol. Our transport vehicles have high mileage. They're requiring a lot more maintenance. So we're asking for an increase of $20,000.
Dale, don't, the maintenance, how come everybody's asking for maintenance vehicles? Don't they get the maintenance vehicles through capital outlay to get it fixed?
Not the maintenance and repair. Maintenance repair comes out of their normal county budget.
But if we go to our leasing vehicles, then that could really make a big difference.
Well, it'll be a fixed amount per year per car on maintenance, so there won't be a large increase. If something's very large, the current one we have a discussion with, they would pay anything above what the level that they're going to submit. So if they say they're going to come in and give everybody $20,000 worth of maintenance for every vehicle, and it goes over $20,000, they pay the additional cost, not us.
Got it. So we get an allowance, so to speak, or if you will,
Per vehicle.
a copay,
Yes.
if you will.
Yes, we're paying for the lease of the car, which includes some maintenance, and it's a certain level, but anything over that, then they either decide whether it's time to replace that vehicle or exceed the limit, and they would pay for that, not
How
us.
long will the lease be?
They're usually 3 years.
Well, it depends on how the court goes. We can do a year-to-year lease where we work with them, and the last proposal that Michael and myself and a few people of his staff, my staff saw, they were talking about 7 or 8 years that they would have the entire fleet leased.
Wow.
We would not own a car at all.
That's interesting.
That's a long time, but you definitely have that.
And then they would replace the cars for normal cars, they would replace every 4 years, a patrol cars every 2.
That's really awesome. We need to keep working on that. Boy, wouldn't y'all be happy?
Patrol cars?
That's where you all supposed to this is like a jury. You're supposed to go,
For 2 years is good for patrol cars, though.
yeah, okay.
Just because of the amount of miles they put on the vehicles, so.
But that's a good point, Commissioner, is that everybody that's come in has a maintenance, well, not everybody, but everybody that has cars has come in with a maintenance, a line
Also,
item.
because all of our fleet and the way we've been using it before, we run these cars till they stop running.
Right. And what was your comment,
And then they have to do a lot of repairs.
right, what was the comment about the germ-free environment, what the 20,000? Is that a product or both facilities
Oh, under
insure
office
germ?
expenses?
Yeah.
No, that category encompasses, not just all the office supplies to
Oh.
run the jail, but it also encompasses all the toiletry.
Oh, that's what you were saying. Okay,
That are
okay.
required for the inmates.
I just wondered where
It
the
falls under
germ-free.
office expenses for some reason.
Okay.
Yeah, and some of these, if we put down everything that's in there, this thing would be 5 pages long.
And also, we would be here for 2 more hours if we were going to really get to my questions on overtime. So Sheriff, is it okay if maybe you and I meet with Cynthia? We can just talk overtime? Because overtime is a function of not being staffed properly. So overtime can be eliminated if you're staffed properly. And I'd like to talk to you about that, but I don't want to get into the weeds here. I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying if I keep to my staff that I have today, that this is the expectation that I've got.
And Judge, the staffing issue's gone on for years. I mean, we can't keep people in there. And I think looks like this is just an attempt to finally put in to the budget what we've been doing anyway. And we've talked about that in the past also. So I appreciate that effort. And
Yeah.
I mean, we've talked about trying to come up with more ways to advertise, more ways to retain, part of that's going to be dealt with in collective bargaining because we need to pay better. I mean, there's a lot of factors in this
That's
overtime
right.
issue, and
We-
it's been
Also
years
something
and
Also
years.
something to consider, this does look like an increase, but it's really not an increase because we have savings in the regular
Right,
employee
and
fees. So it
salaries.
seems like a large increase, but there's savings in the regular salaries because they're not staffed.
Absolutely. That's what I was just about to say. The sheriff and I, that number is it's not quite an accurate number.
Whatever you save, you gotta spend first.
Right.
Right. But leadership can have an effect on recruitment. And I believe that, and salaries, of course. But I think that if we put the right policies in place and the right leadership and the right parameters, that number has to change. That number is affecting your guys getting salary increases. And there's very few departments where you can say there's a major variable When I study all these budgets, there's only one department that has a major variable, and that's the county jail. That's the one that you can actually change and change everything. But we got to find a way to get the good people in there, and that starts with paying them better. So, okay.
I got one more question. How many vacancies do we have now, Sheriff? 20.
That's better, right? That's down.
That is down.
That's down. Good job.
Yeah.
Something. Right, but, well, you just got a new class that looks very outstanding and of new correctional officers, and that's encouraging.
Typically, we run between 20 and 30 vacancies, so being down 20 to 18 is actually a good number for us.
Go ahead.
Okay, we're asking for $30,000 under 5410, and like I mentioned in the other one, this is an all-encompassing code. This code includes all the inmate equipment items as well as all the uniforms for the employees. They're all tied together in the same one. And I know I'm asking for an increase, and it doesn't look like we've gone over previously. I just want to add that we supplement this particular line item through IBF funds. So we buy a lot of the items that I guess the county should be providing with IBF funds to help the budget.
Like which one, Cynthia?
Like hygiene kits, indigent kits, sometimes the shower sandals, mattresses, I mean, you name it, razors, lice shampoo, all of those items are typically paid out of our IBF fund and not put through the county budget. So we are asking for an increase of 30, even though it looks like we haven't gone over, but we don't go over because we're always supplementing it with our IBF funds.
That's their inmate benefit fund, yes.
That's
That's what they do that, and the sheriff is, and we try to say, we try to keep the balances, keeping through the general fund if we can, but there's sometimes that they do need some stuff and there's not enough funds, so they provide the information, the money, the funds that needed.
And then, you know what, because we have Michael Robinson, new procurement, he's looking for ways to be better and more efficient. Quite frankly, I mean, when you're talking about these types of supplies, because of the way a supply chain works, I'm going to suggest that you should never be out of razors. You should never be out of toilet paper. You should never be out of, because it's better to purchase in bulk at certain quantities, and you already know what your quantity is. And if it doesn't matter what your jail pop is, because when you buy assuming 100% occupancy for 365 days. And a good supply chain person understands that. And I have a lot of faith in Michael. I'm really excited about him being our new department head. And I'd like for you and me and him to sit down together and discuss this. Because the cleaner your budget is, the less headaches you have. And understanding, again, it's more expensive to buy to finish out the year than it is to buy in advance. And you're going to get the discounts that way. And he's looking at that, how to be a better, procurement department head. So
We work closely with Michael. We have a really good rapport with him.
But he just got to be the department head. So it hasn't been, whatever you want to say, he's now a decision maker. So it's different. So even though you've worked for him before, he wasn't in a position to institute policy changes. He is now. And that's what I want to encourage you to go back and say, this is not.
And he's got some good ideas.
He's got great ideas. Okay, enough.
One question, but can we have a balance on the budget, the CT budget, whatever they use, on the inmate budget that they use to?
You mean the commissary?
Yeah, we'll provide you that.
Yeah, I didn't do that. I'd like to know what's in there.
Okay, is that the last one, I think?
That's the last of the budget line items. We are asking for a few positions, and if you're ready for that, I can have Chief Arnold come up.
Good afternoon,
Hi, Chief.
Commissioners, Judge.
Hi there.
We're asking for the positions to man the McKenzie Annex expansion, along with 4 supervisors. And the supervisors are a real key. At the end of our jail inspection, we had a debrief with the jail inspector, and she even recommended that we increase the number of supervisors that we have. We keep growing, but we're not increasing any of the supervision. Our span of control for those supervisors is 15 to 20 employees. That's a lot. The optimal that most management courses and whatnot tell you is 7 to 10. And we've doubled it right out of the gate. The other thing is that with these 4 additional ones, they would be assigned to our booking and releasing desk. So it will expedite how long inmates that become eligible to be released to actually get released. It'll process bonds quicker. It'll smooth out that process tremendously, because right now when they're doing it, the supervisor's got a file that he's got to go through. Well, he has an incident upstairs. Well, he's got to take care of that incident, otherwise it gets out of hand. So he stops what he's doing, goes up there, and then comes back and resumes. So we're talking a 7-hour average time from the time the bond gets there till the time they get released. This will cut that at least in half, Plus, it'll give us more supervision down on our intake area.
You should run the number, have somebody run that number. If it cuts it in half, figure out how many days saved that is, and then put $1 to that. And I bet you'll like that number.
And that's why we're asking for the 4 sergeants.
Anybody chime in here? I'm writing notes. And then, of course, what about the 4 sergeants to handle the new beds? In other words,
That would be, we have a sergeant.
You already have that one.
That one's
You're
already-
ready for that.
We're ready for that.
Okay.
We just need, our housing and whatnot would be taken care of. We'd have a sergeant dealing with our housing issues at the main jail, one at the annex, and then one handling our booking and releasing operation. Which, when we look at liability, that's where the big thing, because we don't want to have an erroneous release. We don't want somebody outside the jail that doesn't belong outside the jail. So that is a crucial operations. And if our supervisors are dealing with that, plus what's going on upstairs, that becomes, they pretty much have to be on roller skates just to keep up where they're at currently.
Okay.
And considering we booked in 2018, 16,000 people and released 15,000.
Wow.
A lot of people.
Do you see trends, Sheriff or Chief, do you see trends where, as our Metroplex grows, do you see that our population just seems to get, in other words, 1,000 beds used to be great, right? Doesn't seem so great anymore.
No, it's not. It hasn't been for a long time, ma'am. We've been dealing with the population issue either through the Trevette order,
Right.
Furloughing parolees, and we went to
Right.
learning that, trying to get these things done, and we're robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Right.
And Peter's broke, Paul's broke.
And
we're
You're
just
right.
at that point where
And also, we talked a lot about recruitment and getting good people. If we were to budget for these, do you feel, Sheriff, that we could put people in, why, kind of give us the background. Why can we have an expectation that we'd be able to fill the positions?
You know what, Judge, and I could easily speak for 2 hours on our recruiting efforts and what we've
Yeah.
done since November the 1st. But this issue in front of you now, these 4 supervisors.
Yeah.
And you can relate to this as elected officials. Y'all can relate to this. That's why I wish all the commissioners were here to hear this. Since I became sheriff, my phone, and JAG 24/7, right? Well, it's sheriff 24/7 too. Saturday, Sunday, my phone rings. And one of the very common complaints and concerns I get on those phone calls, even over the weekends, from lawyers, from judges, from commissioners, is They got a phone call from a constituent whose little Billy or little Sally was in our jail, and the bond was posted 8 hours ago, and they're still in our jail.
Right, why can't
And
they be?
those phone calls are not pleasant. Those phone calls are irate because someone's screaming at them, so now they're screaming at me. It is a very frequent complaint for me to get, for the jail administration to get, that somebody whose bond was posted 8 hours ago is still in there. Intake and release is critical. It's like an aircraft, the most critical times in an air flight is the takeoff and the landing. Intake and release in our business is the most critical. That's where mistakes get made. In a mistake in classification of somebody coming in, a mistake of leaving somebody in holding for more than 48 hours is a critical mistake. And those supervisors that are tasked with overseeing, and on the other end of that, the landing, an inadvertent release or an unintentional release is critical, and I have to scramble our warrant squad to go out and find this person that should not have been released from our jail. And that's could be national news. That could be heavy liability and you look at the responsibility of that intake and release, and it all comes down to that sergeant. It all comes down to the supplement that we are asking for. It is a controlled environment. That jail is, one thing we have going for us when it comes to chain of command and chain of control and chain of supervision, it is a controlled environment, but we need to be able to control it. And we do that with our first line supervisors. And that's where those sergeants are so critical. I believe the captain or the chief when he tells, and I didn't just demoted you again, man. I believe the chief when he tells me that he can decrease the amount of lag time when it comes to when we get that bond and when we get the order to release somebody and the time we actually release them. I believe him.
And you feel like we can recruit, chief? We can get, that it's good enough to get?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that why I saw 5 PR bonds still being held there?
That happens, and I get those calls. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. And there was Judge Galvan, remember when we walked through on our courthouse tour, he brought that to us that it was an issue he was dealing with, where someone should have been released, and he was getting phone calls. Why is that person still in jail?
Well, and then put it on a holiday, and you just took 7 and made it 14 or 21, like this past weekend. It was insane. See those numbers? Yeah, I mean, I want you to know that, I mean, I'm doing everything I can that's humanly possible. If somebody asks me, you know, what we can do, I say, we need to grow. We need to create this tax base. We need to get more, you know, ad valorem in our county. We need to make certain that people pay their fair share of their ad valorem. You know, in other words, I don't have a lot of sympathy for people who, you know, in the corporate world who don't want to pay their fair share. I'm trying to create new opportunities for us to find new sources of revenues from grants all the way in. And the reason is because I know you guys need it. And it's very frustrating on this side of the table to want to do it because we know it's the right thing and we know that it'll actually have good consequences over time. And so frustrating to know that the dollars aren't there to run everything. So I can only ask you this. Please help this court and my office find ways to be the most efficient you can. If there's technology that can make us do our jobs better, I want to know about it. I also know that it's not always about money. That's what justice was about, right? Captain, that's what you said. That's what justice is about. It's what safety and security is about. So sometimes we have to spend in order to prevent a tragedy. And that's what I think you're asking for, so.
One other thing, Your Honor, I spoke with the sheriff. We want to kind of make a small adjustment to his proposal. Right now, the cadets are kind of at a low pay to try to get the number of people that they need to get to the cadets. The cadets right now are at 31,169. Currently, our first line correction officer is at 35. I asked the sheriff, let's consider increasing that cost of the cadets, getting closer to 33 or 34,000, and that'll increase by 5 or 10% to try to get a better type of candidate into his staff.
Right.
So we're going to propose a little bit additional to this. You're going to see something later on coming in that we're going to request an increase for the cadets to try to get a better.
And that makes a lot of sense because within 6 months, they'll be at that next level anyway.
Yes.
So, I mean, this is a lure, it's an incentive to say, stick with us.
Correct.
I like that.
I have one more question.
Okay.
Maybe you can, and I'm still concerned about the list you sent me, and I was gonna talk to.
About the what?
The list,
Oh, the list.
no, the jail.
Every day, the jail population?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And they have 14 that says magistrate, have not been magistrated. Why is that?
Our magistrate is only there during the day. Those are 14 people that were set up to see the magistrate the following morning.
And they weren't,
Come in at night.
and they weren't,
We don't have a night magistrate.
People might have come in at night.
Come in at night, yes, sir.
but how long those people been there? Do they go, how long do they go for before they see a magistrate?
Less than 12 hours. Less than 12 hours.
Isn't that the law? Or it has to be a certain period?
No.
Well, our magistrate is only there from 8 until the afternoon.
So if they're there till 5, then they'll see him the next morning at 8
Yeah,
or
and
something?
if they come in from the city, they've already been magistrated.
Oh, okay.
These are just individuals that come in from other agencies where they haven't been magistrated.
Yeah, well, that was my concern, so I thought, man, I said, how long have they been there, before they, but anyway, it's good to know, so, thank you.
And at the Board of Judges, that gets talked about a lot.
We do have two magistrates at the moment. They each work 5 hours each time, yes.
Yeah, there for a while, we were
Yes.
back down to one.
One. They recently appointed a new one.
But we're doing good.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else here for questions?
I'm just one thing, Judge, Sheriff, when I was still at JP, when there was no magistrates, and I guess you remember this, Chief, we used to, I used to go out there and I used to, in the evening, in the afternoons, because you were overloaded, I used to go out there and sit there, 3 hours and magistrate,
Wow.
and the JPs has the right to do that. In some of those cases, it's just, they pick up phones, say, time served, and let them out, for the JPs.
Well, on a lot of this stuff where these individuals are staying for a prolonged period of time, there's other things that are into play. Did the judge have conditions on their bond? Do they need to see adult probation prior to it? Were they required to wear an electronic leg monitor? There's all these things that play into it. It's not just, here's a bond, let them out. I mean, there's other things that do come into play.
I understand all that, but I'm just
You know,
saying.
Judge Canales can go magistrate. If you're ever in a bind, I think she can do that stuff,
Yeah,
right?
we
Yeah,
were just talking about that.
yeah, she could, she's,
Yeah.
huh?
It's so funny you said that, because we were just talking about county judges can get an affidavit saying they relinquish all judicial duties. And I was getting a little bit of, people were saying, why don't you do that? And I said, because you never know if your county needs you.
You never know.
And to be honest with you, if you ask my dad, he thinks I can actually do probate under certain circumstances. And there's some real interesting laws that are out there, and I don't want to relinquish anything that in a time of need that I could do. But it causes a lot of problems for county judges like me that are really more urban. There's just things under the canon of code of ethics that you can't do. So if you'd have judicial duties. Okay, listen, I don't want to pretend like that's all, because like you said, Sheriff, there's so much more into that presentation. I want you to know my office is open to any of your chiefs, to Cynthia, to yourself. I'd like to kind of digest what I heard, what I've already read, go over it again, and there's certain departments that are just super important. I may have to call you back, and let's look at some other things, if that's all right. Okay.
The only other thing under 3720 that hadn't been mentioned
Yes.
is we're asking for 2 transport vans to be replaced due to high mileage, and then 2 sedans as well.
That's 3720.
20. So we're asking for 2 transport vans to be replaced and then 2 non-pursuit vehicles to be replaced due to high mileage.
And wanted to see if those, because when we talked about the leasing of the fleet, they were talking about cars, possibly vans, and some light trucks, but some of the heavier equipment, they weren't gonna talk about that at the moment, because some of the heavier equipment costs more. So they wanted to, maybe the van might be considered heavy equipment. I'm not sure until we get the proposal coming in that may or may be able to be leased.
Got it. Okay, so Cynthia, 2 transport vans and 2 sedans.
Yes.
But is that currently on my capital outlay?
It is on the
Yes.
request for 3720, yes, ma'am.
That's the 149? Yes, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, I'm glad, because I didn't have any detail on that. Yeah, let us, again, that's what I'm saying, your department, I need to meet with you guys again once I get a little bit more information. And specifically on the vehicles and also those mental health
The
officers.
only other thing I'll mention is under recruiting, we don't have a budget for recruiting, if that's something you guys might want to look at. We didn't include it in here, but we don't have anything budgeted actually for recruiting. If that's something you guys want to think about.
Right.
We asked for it last year, it was not included in the budget. We mentioned it, yes, sir, it was brought up last year.
A lot of money for recruiting, so was there a separate budget he had when he used that money? The sheriff?
We
Not
used,
this sheriff, but the other sheriff.
yes, sir,
They did use the inmate benefit fund a while back for that, and
recruiting.
our Commission on Jail Standards had a problem with that, so that's probably not a funds we could use for that particular purpose. So that's still under the sheriff's authority to what can be used or not, but
yes,
but we need to have some kind of recruiting to try to bring in the staff that he needs.
and it was
You know how
cleared,
much-
so it actually
you know how
can
much
be
we
used
spent
for that, but.
I don't know if right offhand, probably around $100,000.
I'd like to know how much we spend, because maybe we can look at it and say we're gonna allocate so much money for recruiting, you know?
Yes, sir.
Because I
Depends
think
on
it
what kind of
worked.
recruiting we have, because I think the ones that the previous sheriffs did 2 or 3 years ago was billboards, and maybe if you advertise as billboards are expensive. TV may not be as expensive, but you have to find out what's the best way of recruiting to get what the sheriff needs and determine how to best fund that, because, do we need billboards? I don't know. It's
Well,
something the
maybe
sheriff
not-
might want to work with.
One or two, but, I'd like to find out, give me what budget was how much was spent at that time?
Yeah, and I'd like
We'll
to,
we'll bring in that total as soon as we can get it.
I'd like to investigate how that doesn't qualify as a public service announcement. And how we can't work with our partners out there on radio and on television, media partners, since you're filming me.
We are currently looking at wrapping 2 of our transport vans with the now hiring.
Yeah.
Sheriff, we have some renderings they have sent us that we are looking into doing on our own, out of our own budgets.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Flyers, I'll pass them out tonight.
We have flyers, we do have a recruiter on staff, and he attends all the schools, any of the open
Well, and
forums.
sometimes it's just a matter of what I call refreshing, right? So you have new leadership, it's time to refresh, so you go to Del Mar and you get in front of the professors that are in criminal justice and say, look, we would like the opportunity to come and teach, and while we're teaching, it's a recruitment tool, And so, anyway, okay, well, thanks again for a very thorough presentation. And thanks for bringing all your staff with you. It's always important to know that it matters to you. Juan, we're a little late. Better late than never, as they say. Welcome, Public Works.
What's under Public Works?
Better late, but always worth the wait. That's what you should say.
Public Works, building superintendent?
Juan and,
20 and 21, but I got it too late to work up the recap.
But it's a building superintendent and Vicar.
and I got to figure out this whole thing. I've got messed up here.
The very last one, Commissioner,
get my-
01, 20, 21, 15, 70. Are you looking at the schedule? Or were you looking at?
Talking about this only thing, it's in,
Public Works.
okay, I got it.
Man, hurry up, because Juan's got a tie on and he's choking over there, so we need to get him moving. God dang, the heck?
Let him use it, man, you better use it for a whole day, Juan.
Jeez, did you borrow that from me or something? I don't have any more. I don't like them. Yeah, true. Let's roll.
What are we
Juan.
doing first?
Sorry to keep you waiting, but take
Your Honor,
us.
there was a little small thing, they did originally request 1570, but they want 1500. My staff's printing the files for you now, so you have the information for Department 1500, which is your building superintendent.
1,500?
Yes, and we're printing that for you at the moment.
Judge and Commissioners, I just kind of want to open up real quick, talk about a little bit about Public Works and what we do. I do want to mention that we are one of the largest departments here in the county. We do have about 150 employees that work for Public Works. And just want to add that, we do have Road and Bridge is under our department, building maintenance, and of course, court enforcement, 911, and also vector control, and also we also take care of the engineering department. As a county engineer, I just kind of want to open up with this, is that as a county engineer and the public works director, my focus is based on quantitative and assessments of staff and our goals and translations of quantitative measures, units, or numbers, and based on past budgets and based on my one-year experience here at Public Works, as for future path. We project next year's budget to be the same based on the efficiency savings that our team and I have projected by measures as such: reorganization, job reclassification, elimination of obsolete job requirements / duties. Changes that I'm implementing in the budget action is to fill Public Works mandate of serving all client, namely of public and Commissioners Court and other departments, and planning for the future. I envision all my divisions to work efficiently and work as a team, and coordinating as many as diverse actions is difficult, but not impossible. Now I'm going to have Julie and Yolanda go through the budgets, and so of the personnel requests. Well, it's not requests, but it's more modifications. Julie and Yolanda.
Good morning. I know you and I have talked, Judge, on salary increases, and you've always said that it has to be done in phases. So I did work closely with this department to look at some of their positions that we've had trouble recruiting for, and keeping positions, especially their truck drivers and those that require CDL driver's licenses. So I've worked closely with them, and we did some reclassifications. They've had some vacancies in their department for quite some periods of time. So we took some of those positions, and we did eliminate, I believe, 3 total out of what he said, 150 positions, to go ahead and restructure their departments and reclassify several positions. So we did move monies around, and hopefully this will help his department in our recruitment and retention of his employees. So, you want to go over the departments?
Sure. We did delete 3 positions that were currently vacant and that have been vacant for some time. 1 heavy equipment operator, 1 mechanic 2, and 1 truck driver 2. And by doing this, we were able to have sufficient funding in reallocating to reclassify the roadway maintenance from 12 to 14s. All we're doing is just, bringing everybody a little bit up in pay so we could keep our positions, fill our positions, and to kind of give them some, want to stay with Public Works. And we just added, and then we added just 2 new positions, and by eliminating the mechanic, one of the mechanic, what we did was that we eliminated the 3 mechanics. We kept 1 that's already filled, and we added 2 new positions, which is the auto technician. And this is to help us, the auto technician will help us to get someone that's certified to do the diagnostics that's now digital, use scan tools to diagnose the vehicles. They will be certified, and this will help us to diagnose the vehicles that have errors and help us to repair them there in-house. And at the end, we're not asking for more monies for Road and Bridge. In reallocating, eliminating positions and reallocating, we do have a savings of $1,902.
I really appreciate this. I feel like it's scary to say win-win before we're anywhere settled in the budget. But Juan, I really see this as it's something that we needed to do. And I know it's a leap of faith to say, let's just eliminate and reallocate. But by God, you're actually going to get a staff. And that's what you need to do your work. And this business of budgeting people that are never coming is unrealistic. And so I'm really pleased. This is an awesome example of our staff meetings, I think, really working, because it took all of us kind of in there at the same time to say, okay, what can we really do? And did you address, and I missed it, the CAD and the GIS person? Are we going to do that in a minute?
That, we'll do that in a minute.
Okay, that's fine.
That's in
Okay, I just want to
another
make sure I didn't quite miss it. But that's a really good result. And again, you know, if it's not working, Julie, we'll know it. But this is better than before, and this is really helps the county because we stay net neutral, but Juan gets what he needs. Department, the county, it's great. What do y'all think? I mean, this was our way of really seeing a department work better.
The best report we had today.
It is. But you know what, Commissioner? It's because it's taken lots of meetings. I mean, and they've really done a great job, but we've sat down so many times.
He didn't need them, you know, but at least, like you said, they can hire somebody right now and start
Yes.
work, and it gives you a little more help, and down the road, maybe we'll bring back what we
Right,
lost.
who knows? Who knows what will happen?
So,
Several of these positions have been vacant for
I know.
Years.
I know.
Years.
long
I keep
periods of
asking Juan
time.
every day, Juan, if you got any truck drivers? You got any truck drivers?
Right. As a matter of fact,
Fixing to
we
go get
filled-
my license.
Yeah, me too.
As a matter of fact, we filled our last truck driver position today.
Oh, really?
So, yes, and we propose that hopefully we're gonna have new salaries coming in October. So
Yeah.
we've been trying to use that as a tool, and I've been working closely with the workforce to try to recruit people with the CDLs. It's hard because it requires a higher driver's license, and the salary just hadn't been there.
They can lose it real quick.
Right.
They can lose it quick, that's right. Well, listen, this is a great, great result. I keep going with good news. This is really a good news, but as I said, it's a long time coming. We just needed to have someone needed to just take us over the finish line, so I'm really grateful to.
You're gonna like her next department.
Okay, great.
I just wanted to, just real quick, to touch our capital outlay. When we submitted our budget, we had submitted it to stay online at the 524,604. And during our budget training, they had advised me to put our lease under the capital outlay. And I think the rule changed, so they eliminated that lease that was listed on my capital, so auditing made a decrease in our capital. That's something we're not wanting to decrease our capital, because we do have a lot of equipment out there that we'd like to replace, and by decreasing that capital, that would kind of hurt from.
It's just accounting procedures. Can y'all address this?
Yeah, and adding to that, Judge, I know that's for equipment. And, you know, if kind of looking at it, and I talked to our staff, is that 65% of our equipment is 10 years or older. 50% of it is 20 years or older. So our equipment's old.
Not good.
Yeah.
Oh, weird. We haven't done anything in 12 years. Weird.
Yes, ma'am. And the other thing is
Another
that,
sarcasm.
and based on our budget of 500 and something plus K, I mean, if we were to replace each piece of equipment, we're looking at 50 years before we rotate the pieces of equipment. So it's one of those things where, you know, at 500,000, we can probably replace maybe one or two pieces of equipment, or maybe one piece of equipment. So if you really look at it, we'll be here 50 to 75 years before we replace before we put it on a rotation plan. So I just kind of want to add that to it.
Yeah.
So you talk about leasing the equipment?
No, sir. What I was saying is that with the $500,000 budget that we have for replacing some of our equipment, by the time we replace all our equipment, we're probably looking at about 50 years with that amount of budget. In other words,
Yeah, I mean, it's an unrealistic budget, and it has been. I mean, this is what I wish that people would really understand, is that when you have 12 years of zero levy, that, in fact, you're going from this height, you know, in a slope that comes down, then you stay that way, you're not doing yourself any favors or the taxpayer, because then you literally have everything all at once. And 50% of your equipment over 20 years old is not appropriate. There's ratios and there's best practices, and we're really, whether it's maintenance one or whether it's equipment, it's the same song and dance. I'm really like agitated by it, and I know it makes your office probably concerned that you're gonna have to come to us with,
And trying to find parts for some of this piece of equipment, for these equipment that are sold is even harder.
and more expensive. I know. It's not the way, it's not how you run an engineering department, and that's what you are. You're public works / engineering / building maintenance, and it's really, it's weird. I don't understand this at all, but it's got to change. So what is your proposal then on this capital outlay?
To not have the decrease in capital, to leave it, to not decrease the 27,000 in capital, just to kind of leave it as is at the 527, and we could try to work with that. That's what I had done to begin with. I tried not to increase, but to work with what we already had. And because with this, even the prior year, we did cut a lot. When we did the cut of I think it was the 5% or 2.5%, I cut it all in capital because that was the only place we could cut at Road and Bridge. To cut material was just not a feasible thing for us to do. So to cut capital even more, we're getting 2 heavy equipments from there and leasing 1. So we're just asking if you could just consider not decreasing the capital by the 27,000.
Well, just for clarification, we did not reduce it. Y'all submitted the $500,000. Y'all originally submitted the capital lease as a capital outlay item. Capital lease equipment is never a capital outlay. We removed the 52,000 and then it became 500,000. So we didn't reduce it. Y'all did.
No, I understand, but I hadn't included it in the list.
Yeah, but if you want to go back to 525, I need another 20-some thousand included in your 500,000. You're asking for 500,000.
Well, because I had the lease on there.
Right, so we need, if you want to go to 527, I need additional equipment to make it to 527.
Well, I could, but I had already listed it in the list.
But that's what I was saying, when we took the capital lease out, which we were required to, because capital lease, according to our rules, is not a capital asset item.
Correct, but during the
Made it
training, I was told to add it on the list for the capital. So when I added it, I stayed within the 527, 604. If I would have known not to add the lease on that list, then I could have found something else to add to the capital.
You can't find it now?
I'm sorry?
Can't find it now?
I don't know.
Well, I'd have to go back and look and see what we have in capital right now.
Let me ask one more question, though. We have one equipment, lease equipment, only one piece is leased?
We're leasing one for 3 years, which is a wheel loader, which is like 160,000 piece of equipment.
For 3 years?
For 3 years.
160,000?
Well, no, it's 160,000 equipment, and we're gonna lease it in 3 years for about 53,000 a year for the next 3 years.
Why don't we lease more equipment then?
Well, a lot of times, their heavy equipment, they do a lease through either Caterpillar or whoever they do the leasing through, because the heavy equipment is very expensive. Normally, we do a 3 or 4 year lease on most of your heavy equipment.
We have done this before. We
And then at the end of the year, at the end of the lease, then we take ownership.
It will help not to spend all the capital on one piece of equipment, and we can try to lease it in 3
I
years.
understand all that, but I'm just saying, if we have one now, why not 3 or 4? That way you replace them with a lease, you don't have to buy them, but, you got a 500,000.
Well, your 500,000 is mostly for your smaller equipment, not for your heavy equipment, like they have a lot of your Chevy trucks, your dump trucks, your brush trucks and stuff that may not qualify for a lease because it's something that we buy now. Now your wheel tire loader, that possibly could be a lease that we go through because that's 175. Then we have the John Deere motor grader that we could also do through possibly a lease if we can function that well. And we can take that some lease, but then we would move it from a capital outlay to a lease item, which basically we're transferring it from one to another. Because we still have to pay for the lease payments per year. And if you're talking $227,000, you're probably talking about $70,000 a year.
That's better than having to pay for the whole amount.
And for the Commissioners Court, Dale, really, and I figured it was an accounting issue, but can I just assume that really the increase is 25,000 and y'all will figure out how to book it?
Yes.
I think that's what we need to know and let you
Well,
guys.
when we do the adjustment, we're gonna so take out that subtraction of 27,604, leaving their budget at 527,604.
Right, but but for my delta.
Yes, yes.
I make my notes on the deltas.
Yes.
So it's 25. Okay.
Yes.
I got it. Don't worry about us. We're making our own little adjustments here. Okay, ma'am. Juan, you did a good job of keeping everything steady here. Are you sure, as they say? Are you sure? Because your department's really big. I really appreciate it. Are you managing everything with your budget? That's great. We really do appreciate it. It helps us when someone's looking for a scanner, or someone's looking, another department's really in need, so. Okay, what else we have here? Anything else?
No, that was all for Road and Bridge.
Right.
And now we're going to the engineering and the reclassifications also. We have a big saving there for $66,000. We eliminated 3 positions that were currently vacant and 2 positions that could absorb those duties, and we're assigning it to other positions. We are eliminating the GIS engineering specialist so we can create the GIS AutoCAD designer. And we are phasing out the drafting sheet positions that has been vacant for a very long time. We haven't been able to fill it. And the engineering specialists, we're also trying to phase out that vacant. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. The 55,838.
Right, negative. And Juan and I, commissioners, talked about this. The GIS is really important, but we're going to look for somebody who can do that cross-collateralization of CAD work, which they should be able to do anyway. And we're going to go heavily recruit for this because we have a university and a community college, both who provide degrees in this. And it's going to be a more attractive job now, I think, to go after.
But what kind of engineer are you looking for? What, is it just any engineer or?
None of these are engineering positions, Commissioner. The GIS and AutoCAD, the GIS and AutoCAD, it's more of a technical.
You actually get a degree in GIS.
Okay, what's an engineering specialist?
It's a reduction.
That's a reduction.
It's a go away.
Oh, okay,
The
so
minus
you're gonna
one.
get rid of that one?
We're getting rid of that one.
And that,
But the GIS is where we're really headed, and that's really what we need to fill. And that person retired, so.
Yes, we need to fill in one plus the drafting position, so we're going to combine both of them together.
Do we all agree Juan wins for the day?
Juan may win for the budget.
Just so the commissioners know, this is also would be a savings to the general fund because the general fund must reimburse the engineering fund 100%. So any savings we have in the engineering department is a savings to the general fund.
Combining.
Very
We
good.
can almost
very
declare
good.
him the winner, but we're not over yet, so.
Not yet.
But remember what you said, Judge, you can't
I
just
know,
be
cannot declare.
catching it back, it has to be a good meal or something,
Yeah,
right?
we cannot declare. Okay, again, this is a better department for you. And it's great working with HR on this. And then I know that we need to create a scope of work for this GIS AutoCAD. And the only thing I could ask is we kind of needed them yesterday. So if y'all could please work with Julie, really get this done. Let's get it going. It takes so long.
So how about the lead road foreman? That's a new one, right?
That's the new position we're creating.
That's the new position. By eliminating the engineering specialist, we're hoping to create that new position, the lead roadway foreman. Actually, it should be lead roadway superintendent.
Also, one more thing that I want to just bring out, one, I think we already talked about this, I think we need to really look about also contracting for mowing and see what we can save money instead of you guys going out there, because I know you pull the team here, then you pull them over here, and by the time they get the whole mowing, it's about a year and some before they get to the
That's
whole.
not a bad idea.
So what, maybe we need to look into contracting the mowing, because they can do it, you contract mowing, they can do it in about a month and a half, 2 months, versus you doing it in about a year and a half.
Yes, sir, we're looking to.
Yeah, I'd just like to know, what's out there as far as.
And I'm not complaining because I like the number, but I do want to let you know and Julie know that when we dropped, and I don't know what the market bears on GIS, Julie, but you noticed that we dropped at $6,000.
Right.
And gave more duties. I just want you to know that I want to make sure that's a competitive. Do we know yet if that's a good salary?
Looking at it, Judge, I looked at the salary ranges.
Think we're okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, as long as you tell me you looked at it, I just want to know because I noticed it's a.
I looked at that.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
As a matter of fact, okay? Anything else?
And he's not a foreman, that's the thing, the difference is he's not a foreman, so, yeah.
Is that it for you guys? We got
One more.
one more. Okay, hold on, let me flip to the next one.
And for this one, I'll have DePac explain the additional personnel for the 1500, Department 1500.
Vector control.
That should be the one
Oh,
that
it's
Lisa
back
just handed to you just recently.
That's just passed out. Lisa just passed out.
I don't have it. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay,
Spreadsheet right here.
got it. Mechanical maintenance.
Yes, Judge and Commissioners, what we have is a pretty large and sophisticated HVAC system, which is now controlled by a backnet system, so that you can look at all the features, the sequences on the computer itself. It's much easier to troubleshoot and save a lot of money. And one of the things Juan didn't mention, him being an engineer's engineer, he's already negotiated with JCI, and what we had been paying $225,000 or $230,000 a year for the basic plan maintenance agreement on Metasys, which is proprietary, he has brought it down to $159,000. So that's almost $75,000 a year saving for getting quite a few more things done. Now, what we have is 2 technicians that we need who are dedicated to HVAC systems, air conditioning systems. Because we have this chilled water system, we are also in the process of acquiring or replacing the 2 existing chillers. And so we need technicians who are qualified, and they're not general purpose, but they're totally dedicated and committed to HVAC systems. So while they would be here in the courthouse, they would also be able to help with the other chilled water systems like we have at the juvenile detention facility, at McKenzie Annex, and at the Calderon building. So those besides the 2 over here. And our capital equipment layout on all these things are probably close to $15-20 million. So it behooves us to have people who are trained and dedicated to this so they can troubleshoot, diagnose, and come up with a fix. Each time something goes down, it costs us a lot of money. We have to contact or get a vendor to come and diagnose, and they will charge us money for diagnosing and then charge you money to fix it. And by having these 2 people on board, they would be able to fix smaller issues, smaller problems, but some of the more sophisticated problems where you need very expensive equipment, they would be able to do the diagnosis, and then we would call the vendor, so we would be saving money. So based on that, I'd project we would save by putting adding $114,374 for the 2 people, inclusive of all costs, you'd still come out saving about $100,000 a year on that. And when the system breaks down, we are at a big loss. So we do need, and it is very difficult to find skilled technicians. It's also very difficult to find someone who's general purpose technician and train them into the system. So,
And when we get our new chilled water systems, when we get our new HVAC systems, are these technicians you envision going to service that, or is JCI?
well, JCI, we have a contract for the backnet system, and that is for the next, probably, phase 1 is all the way through 2025. Phase 2 is 2029. Okay.
I mean, this JCI is just a nightmare.
So essentially,
Not people in there, but I'm just,
Right.
that doesn't even make sense.
what has happened is towards the goal of saving energy, it's just to give you a very simplistic idea. If we had a 62 model Mustang and you look at your dashboard, all you see is the temperature of the oil, the radiator temperature, the odometer, and mileage on it. Okay? So when you drive the car, you're pretty happy because everything looks good. Now, if you replace that dashboard with something that tells you things about the speed belt, your tires, if the car is slipping, all different kinds of things, you'll always find something is wrong. Or you might find something that needs maintenance. So it's not the new dashboard that is faulty, it's just you're looking at more things. And so what JCI did is, in order for us to save energy, they put different sensors and actuators on our sophisticated system so you can spot deficiencies, identify them and fix them. That could help you increase the life of the equipment you have, save you a lot of money in downtime, and save you a lot of time in identifying the problems. Before we had this dashboard, the technician had to go look at each different thing piece by piece. And I'm not kidding, 5-6 hours of diagnosing before you do it. Now looking at the computer, 90% of the time between Bobby and I, we can spot where the problem is, and then we get the people coming in. So yes, we could do better.
I'm just wondering, Deepak, why a contract doesn't match up with the life of the system. In other words, why would you execute a contract to 2025 when the life of your system doesn't match? That's what I'm objecting to, and I don't understand it, because now I feel like we're going to be paying, and thank you, Juan, for negotiating it, but if we can negotiate it, how come we can't just break it and start all over again? Because if we're going to get new systems, why would I want to pay maintenance on a brand-new system? At least start the contract outside the warranty of the system.
Well, when we have the new chillers coming in,
Mm-hmm.
the way Juan has worked it out, we're getting 10 years bumper-to-bumper manufacturer's warranty.
Right.
Only on the hardware of the chillers.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the chillers are also sequenced and connected to the air handlers, and everything that takes place in the whole system is controlled by what they call as the Network Integration Engine number 14, which is in the telephone room on the ground floor, right across from the printing area. But that engine actually sequences everything. Everything that it's essentially what you have is an artificial intelligence system. And so it can take trillions of bytes of data, process it, and in microseconds tell this chiller you can have it, this chiller not. It tells all the air handlers how much water they can have, flow water, which gives you the cold air or supply air. So it's very, very complicated system. When you get the new chillers, they will be integrated into the existing system, but you won't have a longer contract. You'll still have the same contract. Part of the problem is, and I agree with you, Judge, based on the life cycle of the chillers, we should have first gone about replacing the chillers.
Yeah.
And then gone into the energy savings feature of it. But now with the new chillers, the hardware issues associated with the chillers should be zero.
It should be.
Right.
And I guess that's just something that we're going to have to.
Right.
And I can explain quite kind of why we have Johnson Control for 2029. Is that because we used a state bond issue called SECO, which is State Energy Conversation Organization to loan us some money to do the retrofit to get this courthouse in alignment. And that bond issue or that debt issue expires in 2029. We stop paying for it in 2029. So the state requires us to provide energy savings for them to prove that we're doing what we say we do until the end of that contract lease of what we paid to pay the debt.
But have we had energy savings positive to the maintenance contract? Because it's only savings if after you pay them, there's a positive dollar.
No, we do realize energy savings in electricity and water, and because they change the lighting features and put different sensors and actuators so that there's a lot less wastage of water. We actually see very quantifiable savings in kilowatt hours. So since we see savings, you pay less money for the electricity you consume, but you don't see it in terms of a check coming into your bank account. But so you do have.
If I may add, Judge, it's my understanding Phase 1 has performed. I think it was $750,000 savings per year was guaranteed.
So the court knows, it's required that we pay the debt issuance with the savings we had from energy, and we transfer $700,000 a year over to pay the debt, which means a reduction of our energy savings to pay for the debt issuance.
How do we track the savings of the,
Johnson Control does an evaluation that's also reviewed by additional engineers that we have to verify that, and there's been a few times that they haven't met the requirements, and JCI had to pay us a check.
This is what happened
That was phase two.
last quarter.
That was phase one, but
Yeah.
phase two was a different with air handlers in the jail.
Now, GCI is a big enough company that last quarter they also missed something, and now they owe us $35,000. And that $35,000 is payable in different ways. So if we have some malfunction or some issue with any of the chillers or any of our mechanical systems, we can use that to defer the cost.
Right, but when they pay you, it's because you have not met energy savings.
Well, the energy savings is based on a baseline that defined, because say 5 years or 8 years back, the electricity rates and all the other water rates, everything was different. Now it comes, so they use a baseline based on quantity of consumption rather than any dollar value. But based on that, we come out, the longer we are, the dollar number increases.
Well, look, I don't want to dwell on it. I'm not a fan, obviously. I don't see it working. That's me, because remember, it was debt that got us there. I mean, it's not like it's just a pure energy savings, but look, here's the thing, and I've been dying to do this. Now that you've renegotiated it, they've never made a presentation to me. I don't know them. Let them come and convince me. I'm totally all ears, open. I want to know exactly what our debt is, what we I mean, I want to see a spreadsheet that shows how we're doing, because 2029 to bind this county for the dollars that we have makes zero sense to me with new chillers. It doesn't have, I don't care in what realm, whatever they think they're saving us, we could probably be saving more with better technology. I haven't seen them in the 6 months that I've been here. I haven't seen them once. Have they made any adjustments in 6 months? I don't think so, because I'm pretty keen. Like I said, the last time I saw them, I was sitting as an audience member, and this is just a huge, I mean, again, I'm looking for money. You know why? Because everyone that sits in these blue chairs during budget workshop wants money for people's lives, with children and spouses, and, I'm trying to do that. And it really irritates me when I see hundreds of thousands of dollars being expended for maintenance, and now I'm about to get brand new units. It doesn't jive. And they never performed on that solar power stuff. They never performed, and that should have been a breach, and I don't understand it. And I really want to before we sign any amendment that looks good, like I said, if they've had to write checks to us twice, that's something that doesn't work, because they're not in the business of writing checks.
Right. But 3 years back, the city of Corpus Christi had a malfunction, and they had a bad meter reading natural gas. And JCI, who's following all the trend analysis, noticed it and notified me. And then we dialogued with the city back and forth, and with help with Waterman,
listen,
we got $500,000 back from the city.
Yeah, look, I'm a believer. I'm just not a believer in the contract that we have.
Right.
I want a company, and I want a consultant, and but this right here, this isn't latest and greatest, right?
Right.
So, I mean, don't tell me that we have a great system and a great company when I can look up and know the difference of the filaments. There is nothing new about this courthouse that impresses me on now, and I'm talking about and the thermostats are completely inconsistent from building to building. There's no uniformity. The only place we can control are the fairgrounds and this building, right?
No,
Can you control all county buildings?
No, JCI's contract is only for the courthouse and the jail here, and juvenile detention and McKenzie Annex. Everything else is separate. The fairgrounds, we have a separate
unit,
system,
right.
much cheaper, 7 different buildings on what we call as the Niagara system. Those are direct expansion systems, meaning you don't have any water. You just directly chill everything based on the refrigerant. And Fairgrounds is the biggest. Keach is also part of it, Polson. So what we have is 7 of those other big buildings, but not as big as these. They're on the Niagara system. We essentially got a pretty good price on it because we paid.
Yeah, no, and it works very well. I mean, well, look, we digress. Let's get out of here for lunch, but the bottom line is that the 2 techs that you're requesting, you believe will have the energy savings, I'm sorry, the performance the performance energy savings to justify them. I want to have another discussion with you about this JCI, because I think there's even more savings there. I'm a believer in making sure we have the personnel, but I spoke to Juan about this. I would like for you all, and Juan knows this, to really work maybe with HR. We need a building maintenance person. Juan is a civil engineer. Deepak, you're a civil engineer. No, what are you?
I'm actually a chemical engineer.
Even worse, she's a chemical engineer. I'm just joking.
I'm a mechanical engineer with HVAC and thermodynamics.
Okay, you're good.
This
Okay,
is my bread and butter.
Okay, check, okay? But I'm saying to you, it's overkill for you to be worrying about the actual mechanical pieces of the chillers and the elevators, and it seems to me that there's a missing link here in taking care of our buildings. And there's also an emergency operation piece to this as well, to have somebody that's like a super, so to speak. And we go back to our ADA. If we had a building super, we wouldn't be worried about Juan having to pull Public Works to putting coat hangers at a different level, or, I think that we need to, maybe not this year, but we need to really explore that, because when you start getting people like this, they really need a super that's running this whole building, where I can say, this isn't working, my door's stuck, or whatever. That's overkill to ask the mechanical engineer, the chemical engineer. I want you to be higher thinking with me. I want to be able to design things together and, create the systems that we need. That's just my opinion. I don't know why we got away from that, but most buildings of this size and square footage have somebody.
They have quite a few more people.
Right. We're missing this component. It doesn't make sense.
But Judge, it's not just this building either.
No, it's not. It's not.
That's one of the reasons the city and the counties are both behind, is because maintenance has not been performed. There is nothing that's scheduled every month, every year. That's one of the reasons where we're at.
And there's nobody
Schedule
just
some
on
of
it.
the bigger equipment on a preventive maintenance cycle, but the small little deficiencies, we don't have the manpower to supervise the contractor
right.
who says he did something even. So we have, but as far as
these
the new
guys-
chillers go, Judge, to put your mind at ease with everything coming in, the amount of money we spend on the maintenance with JCI, which was 230 something, one brought them down to 159,000 to bring more, just to see, we got a quote from another vendor who offered a lot less for 205,000. So what we got is a good deal
No,
on
I
that.
appreciate
And then
it.
with the new chillers, we should be able to ratchet that down even less, make the cost even less. So we come down to, because we won't be having any maintenance like tube cleaning, all that on these chillers. We'll go directly with the vendor who sells the chillers, because we'll have a contract, right? And so we should
Right.
be coming on, we should be saving some pretty decent amount of money there. But then you just need your own people to have oversight over things, because
No, I agree. I mean, I think that these people will pay for themselves.
they would.
I'm not objecting to that. I'm really just objecting to the whole, and this is stuff you inherited, either someone else or but this contract, if you can amend it, if you can continue to amend it with new chillers, I'd like to know how we're doing that. Is that just by agreement?
No, this is, what it is, when we replace the chiller, JCI will come and download software into the new chiller's variable VFD, the frequency drive. And by doing that, the new chillers will be integrated with the existing system. And they will work in sequence with the air handlers and the pumps and the cooling tower.
Right, but how do we get the dollars from 159 down? How do we do that?
Oh, that because we won't be spending money on all the maintenance and repairs on the chillers. We will do once initially the contractor or the vendor manufacturer who sells us the chillers will provide the same service for a lot less, because they will have their
We
own.
don't have to use JCI.
No, we would not. We would need JCI only when
Downloading of the software.
downloading the software on a system that is controlled. Before they came in, our chillers were running full-time,
Got it.
at full load. Okay, and those are 875 tons each, two of them, pretty heavy
We don't need
duties.
them for that maintenance.
No, we would, right.
I'm confused when I asked Juan about the other day, but I wasn't very happy with this, Jason Control either. Because they said we guarantee you so much savings. But I don't know if we ever see the savings because we still pay them when they come in, right? Every quarter, whatever it is.
That is for the preventative maintenance,
but-
basic plant service agreement.
But if we pay them that much at the end of the year, have we actually got a savings that we can say it's gone into the account, a general account? Where does it go to?
We save on energy, but that's a different thing because we are,
So we're not saving no money, we're just saving energy. If you save energy, you save less money, right?
yeah.
But, you see, at one point, we said, you're gonna see the difference. They told us we're gonna see the difference, I didn't know it was that long, to tell you the truth, but you know, Dale, I still don't know why when they had a package deal, I thought they were supposed to come in and provide the maintenance for free or what, part of the deal.
Well, the phase one of the retrofit of the lights and the thermometers and everything else that was changed on there, they had an agreement with whoever, when it was signed, and I wasn't here at the time, so I can't tell you the exact setup, but they were saying that they had to, he was saying they have a baseline of what the injury was at the time, and they have to evaluate that based on the bills that we provide them on a monthly basis from all the terminals that are required to, all the gas meters that are required to determine what the usage is. And that usage did save us money because the usage is down. The energy usage is down, so we have savings, but that savings was required to be transferred to our fund to pay for the debt. So if we saved $600,000, that $600,000 went to pay for the debt that was issued, so it doesn't require a tax increase for debt issuance. So that's what was required for SECO, and that's why we have to be under a agreement with JCI, or whoever it was that designed the phase, to monitor that for the entire length of the debt issuance, and the debt issuance ends at 2029.
The money we made went back to pay the debt. So,
Yes.
So actually, we don't see the money, right? So,
The total debt issuance was around $9 million.
That would be bingo. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm so upset about. And then I don't see any true, like, 2020 stuff, you know? I'm looking for a continuum of energies. And again, there are some amazing, I ask Juan, I send him every energy performance savings person that comes to my office. I believe in it. But you have to, the devil is in the contract. And if you don't create a good contract that matches up time-wise, it does not work for you. And I understand SECO now, which I didn't understand before, but that even makes it worse for me. Now I really have the heartburn. But more than anything, what I really want to know is that we're adjusting our contracts for our new equipment, and I want to know that these folks will make a better bottom line for us. And it sounds like that's the request, and it sounds like they will. And we'll talk more about how to even take it to a different level with what, we've got. But so far, you're still winning one. But I don't enjoy, and I don't have anything against any individuals. It's just, I don't like, this contract has not proven good for us.
Judge and Commissioner, just to let you know, on
Yes.
the 24th, we'll probably be bringing LMV. They're the ones that do what is called the
Third-party verification.
Third-party evaluation of JCI. So discussion.
Wow, when is that?
We'll put them on the 24th of court,
Okay.
an agenda item.
And look, I'm sure it was all well-intentioned. I mean, the model looks good, right? But the performance has to be evaluated, so we all need to look at that. And I still want to go back in time if there is such a thing, to be able to look at that, why that solar, we should have gotten a major credit, Tyner, for that solar power deficiency. And maybe we did, and I don't know about it, but if not, that in and of itself is enough to renegotiate everything.
I'm not sure I understand,
The JCI, the solar,
solar thermal
on the roof,
on the roof, solar electric?
they were meant to create energy savings and they don't work.
I didn't know they didn't work.
There's two solar systems we have.
Two.
One is the photovoltaic system, which is here on the atrium roof. That directly converts the sun's energy into electricity. It's a very small unit, very small system. It was just essentially added on for the size of the facility we have and the amount of consumption we have. You probably don't even get 0.5% of the consumption back from that generation. So it's essentially just something that was part of the program because that's how they package it. The solar water heater, which you have on the jail roof, is to use the solar energy to preheat the water, and then it comes and mixes with the domestic water before it goes to your boiler, which reduces your gas consumption and results in energy savings. Those tubes deteriorated thermally, the things that carry the water, the 1-inch pipes, because of the solar ultraviolet radiation. And their guarantee was for a year for those devices. And it worked technically for about 4 or 5 years, and then things started going bad. And
You're right, Judge. The solar thermal
water heater
does not work.
It's
You're
thermal water
correct.
heater. Works on thermosiphon effect, and it's on the roof. And so you use the sun's energy directly and heat the water. That should be pretty efficient, but we have deteriorated pipes, and those are some of the things that we need capital outlay to fix it, because it's not something they guarantee. Their guarantee lasts for a year, kind of just like if you buy a vehicle, after so many years you don't, or if you buy a new air conditioner or compressor, they only give you a guarantee or warranty for 1 year. So if your compressor dies after a year and a half, it's yours, that kind of thing.
I think those warranties are bad for some.
I mean, yes, the technology is excellent. The product, the pipes were defective, and I have a lot to say about that, but you're right. Again, we did not negotiate properly from contractually, but we should have at least evaluated at some point, and they would want to have energy savings. They would want us to have continued energy savings. So there could be, if they were really with it, they would have a plan to replace those at a cost to us to demonstrate there could be energy savings in the future. And that's what I'm saying. I mean, I want to see that.
You're absolutely on the money. We don't have that in the contract, where if we have a long-term contract, we get preferred customer prices
Right.
and give us a quote to replace things that are deficient or deteriorated beyond repair.
Okay, well, anyway, thank you again. You're an expert in this, and it really has, it's a huge capital piece of our courthouse. Probably no greater, right? There's probably not a greater, unless a boiler goes out, maybe, I don't know. It's, the HVAC is
Boiler is pretty
reasonable.
inexpensive.
So really, the most expensive
Most expensive
piece of equipment is the HVAC.
Right, and they're a lot more sophisticated nowadays because of the backnet systems that
Yeah.
help you monitor everything, but then at the same time, things break down, you spot them early and you fix them. There's pros and cons on that.
Got it. Thank you, Deepak. Thank you. Did you want to add something, Julie?
Just moving on to a different department already.
Okay.
We have Department 5200, which is the 911 addressing program. Currently, they have a senior admin clerk that works in that department, and since Juan's been in that position, he has tasked her with handling all of his HR functions, which is assisting with recruiting and getting people hired on in a more quickly fashion, and handling disciplinary action and everything that's related to HR. So they've been working very closely with us, and he would like to see that person promoted up to an administrative secretary too, and there would be a cost of $4,000. Of course, there's no other positions to reclassify that person with in that department. It's a one-person department, so therefore he is asking for those $4,000. There's no other savings that he would have in that department,
Right.
since it's such a small
And
department.
would this affect anybody else countywide?
No.
Okay, so we're good there. And is she also the one we talked about, kind of someone to help us with our attorney badges? Was that the person as well? No, somebody else? Okay, just wondering. Okay, that seems reasonable, $4,000. Okay,
So, are we?
go ahead.
Juan, okay, so this is way before you, but why do we have 911 program under Public Works? You have nothing to do with law enforcement or first responders, to my knowledge, do you?
No, sir, my understanding is that I guess we have the GIS mapping and
Okay.
and all that ties
makes
together.
sense, okay.
So that's one reason why she's in our
Gotcha,
department.
okay, that makes
Could
sense.
be a bad description of what this is. Like Wanda said, it's not actually a 911 function. It's more the mapping of this, so the sheriff's office and the constable's office all have the maps of where to go.
Should
But
we
so she works
rename
with-
that?
She works
So I can rename that department to something else.
For the entire
She
county.
addresses the county, and then she, in turn, sends that information to MetroCom. So if there's an emergency responders, they can find where the 911 call came from.
Just unincorporated or all
She
of
does
the
only
county?
all the county, Nueces County.
Everything.
So cities and unincorporated?
Unincorporated.
Only unincorporated? That's what I'm asking. Okay, so unincorporated.
And I think by law, that person's required to get electricity connection notices. So whenever electricity's connected to a new place, y'all get notice.
The electricity, whoever they may be, like NEC, they won't go connect to a home until they have a 911 address.
And I'll work with Wanda to possibly change the department name to better represent what this function is instead of, because when you see 911 program, you assume it's first responder to this, but it's really not. It's a mapping function of 911. So I need to work with him to get a proper
And
department description.
one final question, Juan. So, my question is, the city looked at this years ago, and the issue was vendors contracting a lot, right? And it gets a price tag. And so the city had looked at hiring within and creating a bigger group of engineers to rely on rather than contracting out.
Yes, sir.
Is that something you've considered, or what would that kind of plan
Yes.
take?
Yes, sir, that's something that I'm considering. Of course, it's the first year, so that's the reason why I'm kind of
Sure.
making some of these modifications, and hopefully next year, as we go, I can still keep on adding to my staff or reclassifying some of our staff.
So that's good to hear, and I know it's not going to be done overnight, so that you have a plan, and hopefully
Yes, sir.
by this time next year, maybe some updates between now and the next budget cycle that we can talk about that, because I definitely think there's some budget savings. I don't think we would do away with it all, because there's just so many functions and projects that we would have individually to work on. We would still need the ability to be able to contract out, but that if we could rely on y'all in-house to do some of that work for us, I think would be a cost savings in the long run.
I agree, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
The one thing that we didn't address, but we can address at a later date, for your awareness, is that, remember that our TxDOT only gives, the way we receive dollars, right? Those salaries, that budget transfer that you're gonna see at the end, that's gonna show a $500,000 transfer minus the 55,000, okay, whatever that is, 445. When you see that number at 445, you might say, well, why is that the case? And that's because you might want to elaborate that Juan does not have an ability to generate revenue for salaries.
Well,
Is that the best way to describe it?
The function is several years back, we were able to claim the sales tax on motor vehicles as a part of the road fund. The legislative session decided to change that, where it can no longer be accounted for as a function of the road fund. It must have been general fund collection. So we had to take that funding away from them. So right now, the only function they have in the road fund to make money is the small amount we receive in taxes, the $10 add-on fee we have, and some other miscellaneous revenue that they have for road crossings or other stuff they have. So the amount of revenue that they need to generate, because when we took away sales tax, we took away $3 million. So we have to fund them right around $2.5 to $3 million every year for operations. And as if their cost increases, then our transfer has to increase to offset the cost, because that big source of funds has to come from the general fund to help them operate, or otherwise they would not have the funds to operate. And other than raising the property tax very high, and I believe we're at the level we can be in accordance to the laws that set for our road fund where our tax rate is.
Yeah, it's a toughie, right? We have so many road projects, and we need to, I'm not sure we'd ever be able to staff up to do all those road projects, but we could definitely do a better job of managing the road projects, maybe. But it's just the legislative, that's nothing we can deal, I guess we'll just have to deal with it.
That's what when we first saw that, because, and then, like I said, several years ago, that's when they also told us engineering can't be a part of road fund. It has to be part of the general fund. That's why we still have it as road fund, but we reimburse the cost of the engineering services, because the state said we cannot have engineering services as part of the road fund.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to pull the engineering services function out of $600,000 a year for the general fund.
And I'd really like to go back to the legislature in 2 years and try our fee again, because nobody wants a fee until they see that they have to transfer $500,000 into their road bridge fund, and all of a sudden that fee looks real good. It's a real problem. How to help people when there's not enough dollars there, and we could have done that, but there was no will for it. But there will be a will in the future. We just have to be ready for it. So, okay, guys, well, thank you. Your report was overall.
We have one more vector control.
Oh, we have Vector? Okay, Vector.
Vector control.
Okay.
In our vector control, we're asking for an increase in the professional services, because every year we have to do a budget transfer to cover the TCEQ. We hire an engineering services to provide the county with the TPDES general permit. And that is a requirement. We have to do that. And this year, to manage that plan, the discharge plan was $16,400. So we had to do a budget change order. We currently only have we get like 11,000 in that budget.
So that's a requirement by TCEQ.
Yeah,
So
that's a requirement.
that one's a must.
We have to, and we're just asking for funding so that we don't have to do a budget change order every year. A lot of times we have to hold off.
Where did it come from usually? From what department or what?
From within that department, I usually use.
Budget transfer comes from another source in that department, because it's a separate fund, and the requirements for the budget for this fund has been maintained within that level. So you see there's a contingency of 44,000 or some, that they usually use that to offset some stuff.
But what else does that cover, that fund? It just doesn't cover the permit, right? Professional services expense, what else does it cover?
It just covers just the permit.
That's how expensive it is.
The permit and any travels, they have to go to registration, because they have to renew their license. The technicians have to have their license, and that registration, and there's registration in there to send 3 vector control technicians to renew their licenses.
Because you said the permit was 16,000, that's why I was asking.
Oh, yes. Yeah, because I have to move monies every year.
Okay, so we'll say that it's permit plus licenses.
Yes.
Okay. And then tell us about the capital outlay.
And the capital outlay, we are wanting to purchase what we call a Buffalo turbine. And this is something new. I believe we would probably be the only ones to have one of these. It's a sprayer for mosquitoes. We have, we have requested it through a grant, and we were denied, so we're trying again, but we would like to see if we could maybe put it on our budget to also to try to, so we can purchase it. It'll be a good program for our vector control for the mosquito spraying.
And what do y'all spray with, Neil?
We spray with the the sprayers, the Grizzly sprayers.
Oh, my.
We mount them on the back
Oh,
of the
we
truck.
did? I'm so disappointed. I knew that we had applied for the grant, so we were denied.
Yes, we were denied, but we were able to buy the 4 new sprayers that
That's
we
what I
were
heard.
needing. Yes.
Okay.
That helped because we had sprayers that were already 10 years old, and they were just maintaining them.
Can you remind
constantly
me
repairing
who
them?
we applied to? Which agency?
DHS or something like that?
Yeah.
Health
I
and
think-
Human Services?
Yeah, health.
HHS.
Yeah, the health, this is the health service.
And Maria's gonna, I know, HHS, are we gonna go back out for that? I feel like Maria told me that we were.
Yes, she is. She's going to
Yeah.
try and put it, but when we applied for it the first time, they didn't approve the Buffalo turbine, but they did approve the sprayers.
You know what, let me know, maybe
Okay.
I can help you. If it's gonna benefit my
This will be really great because it's,
If we purchase this piece of equipment, we'll be the ones and the only ones here in South Texas that has this piece of equipment. What this does, it eliminates some of the, I guess when they throw the tablets in the water to kill the larvae and all
Yeah.
that good stuff. What this does is, sometimes our personnel or our staff can't spray beyond, like behind the houses and stuff like that. With this turbine, it'll spray the chemicals throughout like about a 5-mile radius or something like that. So it's a good piece of equipment to have.
before the colonials, man, we need it.
Yes, sir.
And who knows, on this note down here, tying into that Buffalo sprayer, it says that the county is reimbursed by the hospital district for expenses in this department, but that they do not reimburse for capital outlay. Is that a policy? Is that a state
It's been a
law?
policy. It's a policy that's been a policy as for as long as I've been here and before, that they will not reimburse for capital outlay.
Whose policy is that, Derek?
Johnny Hip.
Well, I don't know.
The judge, in fact, did a letter to Johnny
I just did a letter asking him
to reconsider their policy.
And it's probably
We had some
because
influence on
for
that board
a
somehow.
capital asset, because
I mean, they act like they're not appointees of this board, of this commission right here.
I can probably explain
I mean, that
why,
just blows me
because,
away that they act that way. And it's not just this issue, it's others, that they just tell us no.
And
I
this
just,
right
I
here could
can't
be a health
imagine
problem.
any administrator who's controlled by a board that we appoint would tell us no on something as inexpensive as this. That is just
You know,
ridiculous.
I agree, and I think that honestly, it would be one thing if we were, needing, if they were short on dollars, but they're sitting on $90 million, and the reinvestment and the lack of reinvestment in our community is really a major problem. I've certainly said it. I've been very genteel and respectful that they are their own board. But I think it's really important that we all I've been passionate about this enough to write them a letter, but I think it'd be nice, I'm going to send it to you, there's a meeting coming up. There's public comment, I believe in being respectful, but I think we need to be firm and say, this is something we're urging you to consider.
I'll do that.
It's urging, because you know what? You're going to save money when these people aren't coming into your, our NCHD patients, coming in with, Zika and West Nile and et cetera. It's a pay it forward.
I can understand why they do it the way they're doing it, because if they reimburse us for that particular asset, then it would be their asset, not ours.
What?
And they would have to tag it, not us, and so it'd be belong to them, not us.
I'm okay with that.
As long as we
And
use
that's
it.
probably why they don't do it, because then they'd have to account for it on their system.
They're not gonna go spray, so who cares?
That's probably why they don't do it, because they don't want to have to keep up the assets that we have to keep up on weekly, monthly, daily basis.
If they do $38,000 a year, man, that's not gonna hurt them one bit for 10 years, Jeez. But it's good
Yeah,
for you to go,
and you know
Commissioner.
what? That's a good thing. So kind of get us armed. Look, they have a meeting on July 16th. I'm going for other reasons. Let me make a prepared statement in public comment on that so I can separate my two issues with them. But give me a little background. For example, what you just said, one, was very informative. Why is a Buffalo turbine better than what we've got? And maybe what are the statistics, on
Rural areas.
rural areas glowing. Give me a little ammunition and we'll go share that with them. I think they're, sometimes it's a lack of advocacy. We've got to go,
This is where water stands all the time, water is, man, it's not like
Right.
in the city when it drains.
I promise you, West Nile is such a horrible, horrible disease. If we had one case, it could really just be and if it was an indigent person or someone who didn't even qualify for our health district plan, it could be a tremendous, burden on the system. Because it's such an it's a flesh-eating disease.
And with the weather being good, sometimes the radius of it could go even further when we spray with the turbine. So right now, if there's like a 300 feet radius with good weather, it'll probably even spray even further.
If they don't help, I'll help you.
Yes. And with the grant that we got, we were able to buy a lot of chemicals. We can buy the chemicals that go with the turbine, so that would offset some of the expense also.
And find out how long this piece of equipment, so I'm sure they're going to want to know, we're not going to keep coming back to them. So tell them, hey, look, if we take good care of it, it could last for 10 years or 5 years, or I don't know, maybe it's just a 1-year thing, but I hope not at that price. Find out what the longevity, if we have proper maintenance, would be from the manufacturer. And that could help them know that we're not going to come back to them. But look, when our county needs, I mean, we need to all help each other. And get Annette to do a letter of support too. Right? The health department should have a stake in this. They have in fact, Dante should come with us as a viral immunologist. Okay. Appreciate it. Forgive me, I've got to be somewhere, but, I think we did good.
We're done.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.